So that sees the first wicket going down for Chhattisgarh, who earlier in the morning won the toss and elected to bat first on a fresh wicket. This is, of course, the first match to be played on this mint fresh surface. That was a brilliant piece of fielding, sensational effort at square leg. Pick up and throw in one swift action, sending back their opener, who walks back to the hut without troubling the scorers. Chhattisgarh 1 for 1, and the first over of the game is in progress. New batsman walking out to bat at that pivotal number 3 position. He'll have his work well and truly cut out. He'll have a heavy burden of responsibility on his young shoulders. Chhattisgarh losing 1 wicket early in the piece, suffering an early reverse. Lovely shot. Walking into that stroke, another shy at the stumps, misses it by a whisker. Slight fumble by the fielder enables the batsman to amble across for the second run thanks to that overthrow. This is turning out to be a mighty eventful over from Suryakant Pradhan. He was amongst the wickets last season, taken more than 30 wickets if my memory serves me right. Scored some useful runs low down the order. Quite a useful cricketer to have in your ranks. Ashutosh on strike, and the dreaded finger goes up. This is turning out to be a sensational start from Suryakant Pradhan, winning the toss and batting first. Chhattisgarh are in dire straits, straight up. Have lost a couple of wickets with only 5 runs on the board. You could not have asked for a better start than this. Suryakant Pradhan it is who has done the early damage, breaking the back of Chhattisgarh with those 2 early strikes. Apologies, the first wicket was by way of a run out. We are back live. Chhattisgarh winning the toss and batting first in this much awaited and eagerly anticipated exhibition game. And they are pitted against the hosts ODISHA. They have lost a couple of early wickets. One to a beauty from Suryakant Pradhan, and the other to a brilliant piece of fielding at square leg. And to take you through the next passage of play, it's over to my co-commentator, the young Gaurav Panda. It's all yours, Gaurav. Take it away.
Thank you so much, Mr. Anirban Kanungo. It's wonderful to share mic with you. Well, it's a wonderful match for Odisha so far. Managed to pick up 2 wickets in the very first over itself. And more importantly, the fact that they're keeping it in the right areas is making sure that even after losing the toss, the confidence is really high on that side. Chhattisgarh losing 1 wicket in the form of a run out was not that great indeed. Now, the thing that is so special about this man bowling is that he just keeps hitting that deck hard, and he just keeps on doing that every time he bowls. I've seen him bowling probably 1,000 times, and each and every time you'll see him just putting in that particular length and making sure that he gets something out of almost nothing. This looks like a fresh wicket. It looks like a wicket where the ball is definitely going to come into play with of course, Anuj getting back to the pavilion by scoring just 3 runs. Shashank still is not out. And important to feel that Pratik Yadav is the other batter, of course. Banks it in, but there comes the square cut. Oh, there is a fielder at third man, so just a single. I thought for a moment this is going to be the first boundary. That was not to be, and that ends the over as well. So clearly the first over is done. It's 4 runs and 2 wickets for Chhattisgarh. Yes, winning the toss. Yes, winning the toss. Deciding to bat first is Chhattisgarh, especially because they looked at the wicket. They said this is a crisp wicket. Why not go there and bat first? But no, normally what happens in a new wicket, you come in and you look at the wicket and you say, come on, this is a fresh wicket. You never know what it is going to be. So let's bowl first. So it was a pretty surprising decision coming in. But the captain Ajay was very sure about the fact that he wanted some runs on the board early, and he said 165. It's something that he can really have, and he has a bunch of players who were very exciting too. I'm talking about Chhattisgarh. Alright, Odisha making a mark in the very first over itself, picking up 2 wickets and just giving 4 runs. How's that for a start in a T20 match? Ashutosh on strike. Now it's a very typical field for him, and if you look at the field properly, you'll say there is a third man in place, and there is a fine leg. Fine leg is a bit wider. It's all right for a left arm or left-hander who can play the ball square. He's not happy with the fact that he's not ready. Ashish pulling the second over, just sharing the new ball, and there is this left hand fast. In fact, the right arm fast. Oh, that's driven well. It's a no ball signal from the umpire then. Exciting times for Chhattisgarh as they'll get a free hit. Anirban Kanun go with me. Free hit should be put away.
100% could not agree more with you. You hit the nail right on the head. This is a gimme ball, and one should never look a gift horse in the mouth. It remains to be seen as to how far he can strike. Can he strike a lusty blow and send the ball soaring over? Long on, long off, and he can choose his spot.
There is a free hit. Slip in place still. Let's see what happens. Oh, he's taken the aerial road and hits it straight back. There is this first. There is the first then. Straight batted shot for a 6. This is what happens when you bowl a no ball and the free hit becomes a 6.
That was a shot out of the very top draw. Lovely straight swing of the bat through the arc. That was in his hitting zone, all right. But he got stuck into that one, and that has gone the distance. Magnificent start, and this will do his confidence a whole world of good more than anything else.
Alright, what will the bowler do now? He's gone for it again, this time along the carpet, finds the fielder. Looks like a very good player every time he plays on the front foot. 3 of his deliveries were on the front foot, were put on the front foot in the direction where you have to go to the front foot to play it. And he just played 2 very good shots, one for a 6 and one of course straight to the fielder. Exciting match, this inaugural match played at this wonderful ground, the MGM School of Cricket ground. Looks fascinating. We'll talk about the ground of course. Oh, backup length this time. He wants a single out of it. Mind you, they've already got a run out. Now this is the last thing you want. You've lost 2 wickets in the first over. That's definitely that single. Of course, they've completed that, but that's not the single that you want to see, especially when you can hit through the line and get those runs.
Yes, a good comeback from the bowler after being smashed down the ground for that magnificent 6. He has shortened his length a touch and has kept the batsman on a tight leash ever since, not giving them any room to free their arms and launch into those expensive drives. Here he is once again. Ashish bends his back, hits the deck hard and works up good brisk pace on this fresh surface. In the meanwhile, the batsman collects another single. It's 12 for 2. Winning the toss and batting first, Team Chhattisgarh Cricket Sangh. Gaurav, this looks to be a belter of a wicket. The Chhattisgarh should consider themselves mighty unlucky to have lost a couple of wickets early in the piece. One wicket was thrown away, given away on a platter. So against the backdrop of this poor beginning, these two need to lay a solid foundation, a platform on which the lower, middle and lower order can build on and enable them to post a sizable total on the board. At the toss, I heard the captain setting his sights on a target in excess of 165, 166. That looks a far distance away. Lovely shot. What a strike that is. Leaning into that drive, easing it through the covers for a boundary. My word, that was a shot out of the very top draw. Cream through the covers, and on this grease lightning outfield, once the ball gets past the infield, there are 4 runs written all over it.
Well, Ashish Rai is a very, very interesting bowler. You'll never see him bowling on one particular line, one particular, and he loves to mix it up. I've seen him before as well. On 17 was the batsman, of course, and that's because he can play shots like that. So Ashish quietly just mixing it up here. Bowled two balls that was pieced up, and now deciding to vary things out there. Again back of length. Again back of length. That is exactly what I was trying to bring in. Especially someone like Ashish. You'll never see him just putting it in the right areas with the new ball. He'll mix it up. End of this over. We'll talk about that. 2 overs done. 17 already, Chhattisgarh. So this has to be a big over. 17 for 2 in 2 overs, and it can really be called as a comeback, especially when you know that you've lost two wickets in the very first over. MGM School of Cricket Stadium looks lovely. This is the inaugural match played between Odisha and Chhattisgarh, and Suryakant Pradhan continues. There's been a wicket taker in the first over, and he gets something from the surface early on. There's a bit of wind here, and I'm not surprised if he is going to use them to the good effect. Slip in place still. Third man deep outside the circle. So as the fine leg, Ashutosh on strike. Now this is exactly what I was talking about. Keeps on hitting the ball hard, hitting the deck hard, and making sure that the batsman has to improvise, has to do something to get something out of nothing almost. Because once you keep it in the right areas, even in T20, you have to manufacture those shots. You have to bring in some speciality to get those runs. That's not there for you. Might not be the thing in Test cricket, might not be the thing in one-day cricket. You'll get a few deliveries where you can put that away for a boundary. You've got to be right on the money in T20. Every run matters, every delivery matters. And look at Suryakant. He's been dead right so far as a bowler. Now he's taken the aerial load. That is a nothing shot already. Oh, it's going to be taken. Not quite then. For a moment, I thought that batsman made a mistake. Well, the fielder made a mistake too. Couldn't quite get rid of the ball and couldn't quite catch it properly. He thought that was in no man's land anyway. But that's a chance. I'll call it a chance. All right, Anirban?
That was a tough one, because he was running backwards and was always running with the sun directed at him in his direction. That made it all the more challenging for the fielder. Lovely delivery. The ball climbing on the batsman, getting big on him, doing well to get his bottom hand off and tapping it away with soft hands. Good technique exhibited by the batsman. Now brings Ashutosh back on strike. Unbeaten on 3 after the initial hiccups. Chhattisgarh cricket Sangh doing well to get this innings back on track and get some momentum going. Runs it down to third man, collects an easy single. It's all happening there out in the center. Dashes and darts, crosses and misses. Good eventful beginning to this exhibition cricket match between hosts Odisha and Chhattisgarh cricket Sangh. Picturesque ground, this scenic beauty. Lovely view of the hill, the mountain in the background as Suryakant gets ready to bowl his next ball. Straying down the leg side and wide signalled. If these two can string together a useful little partnership and take the score past the 50-run mark without getting separated, and the kind of pitch we are having on offer, I won't be one bit surprised if they end up scoring in excess of 165, 170. Pratik Yadav on strike now. Suryakant bowling the third over, his second. Lovely shot, down the ground he goes, and the ball is racing away to the fence like a tracer bullet. Plenty of legs on it. No, the fielder does well to pull it back inches inside the ropes. Magnificent effort there from the fielder, restricting the batsman to just a couple. It's 19 for 2. Surya bowling the third over of the innings, scoring at a tad over 6 runs per over. Chhattisgarh winning the toss and batting first are making steady progress after losing those early 2 wickets. Thanks to that brilliant piece of fielding at square leg and a gem of a delivery from Suryakant in the very first over itself. Lovely shot. Oh, straight to the fielder. No problems whatsoever. As simple as that. Straight down the square leg fielder's throat, who makes absolutely no mistake. Now Chhattisgarh are digging themselves into a hole which probably will be too deep to come out from. 3 wickets down. Third batsman biting the dust with only 19 runs on the board. This has been nothing short of sensational from Odisha first up, Gaurav.
Oh, absolutely. 3 wickets down now. They're finding themselves in a very tough position now, especially after losing 2 wickets in the first over, and now that 1 wicket where the batsman really tried to flick it over that fielder, didn't quite manage to do that. Found the fielder, and that was a simple catch. It was very professionally taken by the fielder there. I mentioned about it's been a beautiful playground. It's been a good playground for Odisha so far. 3 wickets now taken by them, and 2 of them, of course, taken by Suryakant Pradhan. And Ashish continues. Ashish continues from the other end. The last one was pretty expensive. And it's important to just back it up well, especially when you know that Suryakant Pradhan comes in and bowls spells like this. At the other end, you need to be a little more consistent. Aishwarya Maurya, the new batter coming in at the non-strike end, of course. Pratik on strike, the left-hander. Now there is no slip in place, and not surprised because the kind of over that Ashish had in the last over. Captain will not be that pleased. Standing at mid-on is the captain. Rajesh Dupar was very confident at the toss. He said, "Come on, it's okay. We can really make something out of nothing almost." Oh, he's taken the aerial route once again, but this is clinical, absolutely clinical from the batsman. Boundary it is. Well, that's how you take aerial route. As simple as that. Inside the power plays, hits it straight back. And no chance for any fielder. Boundary it is. Now that is T20 cricket for you. And that is exactly the USP of T20 cricket. Even though you lose wickets, you try to score those runs and you try to put pressure on the opposition. Eventful power play so far. And for some reason Assis is not getting it right. It's a fresh wicket. It's a wicket where the kind of bowlers like Assis, like somehow it's easy to hit through the line. I have to say that. Changes the angle, comes round the wicket. Oh, he has taken him on, but this time it's a wicket. Yes, it is. It's a wicket. Wicket number 4. You have to think twice before clearing that fielder, but the batsman was confident. I think he was overconfident.
Excitement, youthful exuberance getting the better of him. Saw that half volley width and off a nice extension of the arms, but getting the splice of the bat, not getting any timing behind that stroke, and spoons it straight up in there, walking dejectedly back to the hut. And now Chhattisgarh cricket Sangh are in more than a spot of bother. Odisha's new ball bowlers have broken the back of their innings, have ripped through the top order, sliced off the cream of their batting lineup. And after winning the toss and batting first on what looked like a batting paradise, a belter of a cricketing surface, Chhattisgarh at this point are staring down the barrel, under the cosh, under the pump, struggling big time, losing 4 wickets with just 24 runs on the board. This has been a dream start from the men in blue. Hosts Team Odisha are well and truly in the driver's seat. They're calling all the shots, holding all the aces, and dictating the course of this game, at least up until this point. What a beginning this is. I think for Rajesh Dhupar it is a blessing in disguise to have lost the toss, making most of the early freshness, although it has to be said in all fairness that most of the wickets have been suicidal. They have scored self-goals, pressed the self-destruct button. Ashish, once again, lovely delivery, getting it to Jack back sharply after pitching. Batsman does well to get right behind the line of that ball and tapping it away with soft hands. But now they need a rebuilding effort. 4 wickets down with just 24 runs on the board. They have an imposing mountain to climb going forward, Gaurav.
Yes, and one interesting thing about Team Chhattisgarh is that because I follow their cricket, I have to say that the middle orders are strong, and the kind of batters they have, I'll definitely be going through that. Straight batted shot, no run in that. Well, the fact that the top orders keep on scoring runs, they get out, but it's the middle orders that most of the time make sure that they're out of that button. So I have seen the middle orders performing really well. There are players like Pratik, who was batting really well, got out. All right. But somehow it has been like watching a Korean film with a Russian subtitle. And for a guy who understands only Hindi. 4 wickets. Finds the fielder there. It has been a very difficult set of game of play for Chhattisgarh so far. Lost 4 wickets. More difficult than pronouncing the local name out there. I'm still trying to figure out what it is exactly, but coming back to cricket, coming back to what Odisha has done so far, is that they have managed to pick up 4 wickets inside the power play itself, inside 4 overs to be precise. Back of lane, wanted a single out of it, run out chance again, direct hit was required. Well, that's the last thing you want now. And more than anything else, you know that you are in trouble every time you run, and you don't understand that the other partner is not sure about this fact. Pretty good set of play if you are a bowler. End of this over, of course. 28 for 4 in 4 overs. Interesting is to look at the fact that they're going at 7 per over. They've lost 4 wickets. It's all 7 and 4 at this point in time. They're going at 7 per over. They've lost 4 wickets. And it's a matter of those lower middle order batters that I always was fascinated by. Is going to come in and play their roles in this beautiful looking stadium. In this ground where the outfield looks fast and the wicket looks crisp. Gets a third over. I'm not surprised. Down the leg side, down the leg side. He calls it a wide, the umpire. Yes, Mr. Subrat Das is one of the umpires, of course. And Priti Ranjan Baliar Singh, the other umpire.
Subrat Das has a wealth of experience under his belt when it comes to umpiring. Has officiated at the IPL domestic matches galore, bringing all his experience into play. Widely respected cricket umpire across the cricketing fraternity. Gaurav hails from Sambalpur, western Odisha. But back to the action in the middle. This has been a dream start, a fantastic beginning for the men in blue hosts Team Odisha, breaking the back of Chhattisgarh, ripping through the top order and going through their opening 4 batsmen like a hot knife through butter. Surya, it is once again effort ball, pinning the batsman onto that back foot, pegging him back with a sharp indaka. Batsman does well to get right behind the line of the ball and play it to the full face of the bat, presenting the maker's name. But runs coming only in a trickle now. This is what pressure does, Gaurav. Once you lose 4 early wickets, batsmen are more often than not tied up in knots at 6s and 7s as to how they're going to approach their innings from here on. And another beauty. Surya Kumar has struck a perfect rhythm, has settled into a nice little groove here. That brings the 5th over of the innings. Now I think we have a ball remaining here. Heavy burden of responsibility on the young shoulders of Shadad Khan and Aishwarya Maurya. Nice exotic names. They will have to do the bulk of the heavy lifting from here on end if Chhattisgarh has to fancy the chances of putting a respectable total on the board. Surya, once again it is, has bowled magnificently. This was short, slashed away but straight to point. That ball was struck with ferocious power, generating blistering force behind those strokes of his. It's all happening out in the centre, as Bill Lawrie is so fond of saying. Lovely beginning. This is a virgin wicket, untested. So the batsmen at times are in 2 minds. But so far, in all fairness, it has to be said that the wicket has behaved pretty well. As I have been repeatedly mentioning that all the 4 wickets have come via self-destructive batting. 1 run out. There the batsman just threw the wicket away, gave it away on a platter to the opponents. Surya it is once again. Lovely rhythmic action, running it down, but fielder pouncing on it like a gazelle, homing in on it like a panther. Lovely fielding there. I think it was last ball, I think, of the 5th over coming up from the mountain end, we should call it. Lovely picturesque swing away, swings it away towards field at short, fine leg does well to pick it up neatly. Batsman in the meanwhile collect a single after the completion of 5 overs, winning the toss and batting first. Chhattisgarh Cricket Sangh 26 for the loss of 4 wickets. And to take you through the next passage of play, it's over to my young budding co-commentator Gaurav Panda. It's all yours, Gaurav.
Thank you, Mr. Anilvan Kanungo. Well, 5 overs and the kind of cricket we have seen so far, it's really exciting. Exciting the fact that, you know, that all the bowlers have come in. 2 of them, of course, put it in the right areas. Ashuri on strike. Nicely tucked away. You will not be getting anything from that, the batsman. Yes, you mentioned about the ends. I think we can call one of the ends as the mountain ends, and end which the bowler is bowling at this point in time can be called as a town end. We'll soon get in the clearance about that, but at this point in time, let's call this end as the town end and the other end as the mountain end, the end with which the batsman is batting. That's one of his favorite shot. It's racing away there. Will it go to the boundary? Yes. The first one of the day. From a right-hander, of course. We've seen that from the left-hander, but this is the first one from a right-hander. Well, the thing that Ashwarya Mourya, if you look at his batting so far and the way he's played, it's more about going on the front foot and trying to play with the straight bat. Vertical bat, not horizontal bat, and that is the key way, especially after losing 4 wickets. And you don't know about the wicket. I mean, it looks like it's going to be a good wicket to bat on. We've seen so far the ball is coming onto the bat nicely, but it's up to the batsman, right? Especially when you know that you lost 4 wickets. I keep on making that same point probably 10 times. Nicely played once again, and he wants a single out of it, gets a single out of it. This young bowling team of Odisha has been really good. Mix of some experience as well there. The exuberance of youth and some pretty experienced players, and the mixture of it. There is Suryakant Pradhan with plenty of experience in T20 cricket. Of course, Ashish, there is Mustaq, there is Asutosh as well. Rajesh Dupar being the captain, played a lot of cricket, knows everything about being in the situation and trying to be even more accurate. So he's not someone who's going to give it away after picking those 4 wickets. Top times ahead if you're a batting side. But as I said, it's the middle order that has to come good at the right time. Because most of the time it's the middle order who has performed really well for Chhattisgarh. Very wide fine leg for the batsman on strike. And probably because of shots like that, the fielder will come into play straight away. Keeps it in that area where if it goes to a fine leg, it's fine. If it goes to the square leg, the fielder in fact will put on some effort and will get there. So it's a very interesting field set from the bowler. He thinks that one of these deliveries will go down the leg side, and that's because he's probably trying for one magic delivery outside the leg stump, which is not going to happen, of course. So middle and leg is not the line for someone like Ashish. It has to be off stump, outside the off stump with the kind of field he has got. Yes, he has no protection on the offside apart from the third man, which is at the deep, but he thinks very otherwise at this point in time. He wants another fielder on the onside, says I'll go straight. Let's see what he gets from this. Watch out for the shot through extra cover. No, not quite. He bowls it straight. This was not a double bluff. This was there. But he plays a very defensive shot. Cricket is taken very seriously in this part of the world. Even I'm talking about Chhattisgarh as well. Still an emerging side as far as cricket is concerned. We have a lot more thing to do, have a long distance to cover, but look at the kind of enthusiastic people they have. It's great to see. Yes, Ashish continues. He brings on his favorite shot once again. Every time he brings out that, it becomes exciting. Well, another over comes to an end. The power play comes to an end. And inside the power play, it's been an interesting set of power play because they've already scored 30 runs, which is okay. They've lost 4 wickets in that. So it's time to settle down. That should be the message to the batsmen out there.
Yes, they have settled and well are in the process of getting this innings back on track, rebuilding this innings, salvaging something out of this wreckage. But at this point, the kind of position they find themselves in, both these batsmen need to bring their A games to the table. And that will also inspire a lot of confidence in the batsman coming into bat low down the order. Because if Odisha succeed in picking up another wicket here, then Chhattisgarh, I'm sorry to say, are down and out for the count. But we have seen unbelievable miracles happen in the past. Why can't it happen here? The lovely ground is the MGM Cricket Stadium. Thanks to the diligent efforts of the Odisha Cricket Association and Mr. Pankaj Lochan Mahanti, the Vice President in particular, who has pulled out all the stops in seeing to it that the construction of this beautifully built stadium goes off without a hitch. Hats off to the collective efforts of the OCA, spearheaded by the diligent efforts of Mr. Pankaj Lochan Mahanti, the Secretary Mr. Sanjay Behera, President Mr. Pranab Prakash Das, and all other officials, and every single person who has left no stone unturned in putting his best foot forward in making this happen. Truly special effort. Lovely shot, getting on top of the bounce and smashing it past the point fieldsman for a boundary. That ball sped off to the fence like a shot from a gun. Getting into position so very quickly, picking up the length in a flash. Lovely hand-eye coordination, great bat speed through the hitting zone. That went off to the fence like a flash of lightning. Meaty strike this from the batsman. Shadad Khan scoring that boundary. That boundary takes the side's total on to 36 for 4. 7th over in progress. Slowly but surely, Chhattisgarh beginning to do a decent enough repair job. These two putting on a fantastic rescue act, mounting a terrific rearguard action, so to speak, especially when the chips are down, your back's against the wall. They are showing exemplary strength of character and a great sense of purpose in weathering this early storm. I think it's Ashish who has swapped ends. Yes, it is Shadad on strike. Bulky frame, lovely delivery. Once again getting it to nip back sharply after pitching batsman just dabbing it away towards the short square leg region and scurries through for a single. Like the look of him. They had lost their 4th wicket with just 19 runs on the board, and since then these two have added an invaluable 17 runs without being separated. That's exactly what the doctor has ordered. Need of the hour from Chhattisgarh's perspective, and doing it relatively effortlessly. Pick up and throw in one swift action, misses the stumps by a whisker. Had he thrown the stumps down with that direct hit, well, it could have been a classic case of touch and go, but that rounds off the Seventh over of the innings, winning the toss and batting first. Chhattisgarh are 37 for 4.
Someone like Shawan, of course, pretty exciting player. Only 6 matches for him, 152 runs, average of 38 in that list A career. Of course, played 60 20s. Yet to be getting a recognition. He's not done that well, to be honest. But in 2017-18, he played on Vijay Hazare Trophy. That one was played with a lot of intention, but then it was fielded really well. So 2 runs taken out of that. Yes, he's the man on strike. Yeah, the fact that he's been there for a long period of time now, with 27 years of age, having a lot of experience of playing at this level as well. Another single should see through the fact that he bats in the middle out of the fact that it's more about keeping wickets in hand and less about scoring with a good strike rate at this point in time. They understand each other really well, and they're doing it well, to be honest. Adding some valuable runs, as Anirban calls it. And it's something there, something to get that wicket. Oh, that's a flat delivery. That's a delivery where will not probably get any chance of ball turning, because the intention was not that. The intention was to bowl it straight there. Just create a bit of angle and bowl it as quick as possible as an off spinner. That's a very easy way out in T20. I mean, most of the time you don't see bowlers turning the ball. And like that, another flat delivery. He was ready for it. No real turn whatsoever. He'll not get a lot of turn from this wicket early on, because you look at the wicket, the grass was perfectly rolled. It looked like a batting wicket. The ball will come into the bat. So definitely it's a top job for a spinner to spin the ball. So if you want to be a very successful bowler as a spinner in this wicket, you got to vary your pace, you got to create angle, and you got to think about the fact that you can create drift to get those wickets, not turn. Again, one straight delivery, bat and ball, run out chance as well. Directed was required. That was not to be, of course. The fact that that he's just keeping it in the right areas as a bowler, as a spinner in particular. You can be predictable, all right, but at this point in time, it's just less about being predictable and more about the fact being consistent. 4 wickets already taken. 3 fielders inside the circle on the offside, in front of square. Tossed up delivery, hits straight back, finds the bowler. That's the only delivery where he's given a lot of flight. It's a dot ball and the over comes to an end. It's 43 for 4 after 8 overs. In fact, it's 49 for 4 after 8 overs. Anirban Kanun go alongside me. Of course, Savan batting on 16 from 18. The fact that he's been in this arena for a long period of time now, has played a lot of matches where he can really bring that. It looks like it's Ashish for another over. It's 9-1 of this innings, of course. First ball. Slightly bangs it in down the leg side. Pretty easy for a right-hand batsman to just pick up a single out of that. 50 comes up for Chhattisgarh. After losing 4 wickets, it has been tough. But when the going gets tough, the top gets going. And you can see that from these two batters out there. They've been fabulous so far. Might not be in terms of runs, but the resistance that you kind of expect from your middle order batsmen when the top order batsmen don't do that well. It was spectacular to see. Oh, he wants a run out of it. And he gets a run out of it. Well, you can think twice before running on singles like this, but you can ask this batsman, they say when boundary scoring becomes tough, that's a easy way out. It can work both ways, of course. Pretty experienced commentator Anirban Kanun go with me. You've seen a lot of matches like this. You've seen a lot of singles like this in a matches like this, to be honest.
That comes to the turf that's attached to the territory. So that goes without saying, needless to mention. That's a no-brainer. I mean, having commentated in matches featuring Odisha cricket for more than 2 decades now, this is part of the package deal that comes along with it. But hats off to this effort from Shadat and Aishwarya as we see the batsman getting struck on the unmentionable, copping a nasty blow on his box, who is writhing in pain, wincing in agony. This does not look good. Anytime a batsman sustains an injury on the field, it's never a particularly palatable sight, Gaurav. Hopefully he is going to recover quickly and be back on his feet. That was a stinging blow. That ball jagged back in sharply after pitching, tucking him up for space, cramping him for room, unable to get bat on ball and getting struck on his box. Physio doing the needful, paying some much needed attention. And but in the context of the kind of disastrous beginning they got off to, hats off to the brilliant efforts of these two batsmen. They have stepped up to the plate and responded to the challenge in quite magnificent fashion, risen to the occasion and shouldered the responsibility of getting this innings back on track with aplomb, as we hear some rollicking music being belted out by our local DJ Michael, blaring out some jazzy numbers. Festive atmosphere prevailing here, and there's mint fresh, oven fresh, newly built MGM Cricket Stadium. This is of course the inaugural match taking place. Slight hold up in proceedings thanks to that injury, and from the look of it, it appears that the batsman has recovered well enough to take strike. For a moment or two it looked as if that was a dreadful injury, but he is exhibiting remarkable gumption and spirit in braving the hot sun and battling it out for his side. It's 52 for the loss of 4 wickets, and more importantly, these two have added precious 33 runs for the unbroken 5th wicket without getting separated. That is exactly what the doctor had ordered, pretty much the need of the hour, and barring that unfortunate blow, both these batsmen have looked in absolutely no trouble whatsoever. I think this is Ashish it is. Aishwarya, the batsman. Yes, all is well that ends well. Now he has recovered sufficiently enough to take strike once again. It remains to be seen as to whether how he handles this pretty hostile spell from the bowler. He has been too hot to handle so far. Lovely ball. Getting big on him, climbing on the batsman, does well to steer that one down to third man and collects an easy single. This is an intriguing battle of cat and mouse unfolding between bat and ball. That was a steeply climbing delivery, but in spite of that injury, batsman Aishwarya doing well to dab it down with soft hands and more importantly keeping it on the ground. This partnership now beginning to blossom under the hot sun. Both these batsmen getting into the straights, getting a measure of the wicket as he dabs it down with soft hands and scurries through for another single. No chance for that overthrow as the fielder does the backup operation quite admirably. Yes, both these batsmen are looking well set at the crease. Now their score is 53. 53 for the loss of 4 wickets. 34 invaluable runs added. Brings Aishwarya back on strike. If these two can take the score past the 75-80 run mark without getting separated, then the lower order batsman can always look to add some quick runs towards the business end of the innings as another single is being picked up quite easily. Comes back for the second run and completes it with consummate ease. Good aggressive running between the wickets, putting pressure on the fieldsman and forcing that stumble. That rounds off the third over, winning the toss and batting first. Chhattisgarh are 55 for the loss of 4 wickets. Aishwarya and Shadan have added 36 precious runs, and they are still battling it out in the middle as we see the commencement of the 10th over from the river end. To take you through the next spell of the proceedings, it's over to my co-commentator Gaurav Panda. It's all yours, Gaurav.
Now Aishwarya on strike. Rocks back, finds it in the middle but finds the fielder, so no run. In wickets like this and in conditions like this, when you know that you're playing the first match in a stadium, and sometimes it's all about the lack of pace from the bowler, not the pace, because with pace you get like the assurity of timing the ball, and if you hit the ball from the middle of the bat you'll get those runs as well. Mushtaq is of course bowling his second over, so it's about the lack of pace. And when I mean that, I definitely mean how you handle spinners, because that's where the game sense, and more than anything else, the way you handle those spinners will make sure in the middle overs will make sure that they'll go to a total that can be a fightable total. And like that, so far these two batters, to be honest, have managed to play spin well. This is the second over by a spinner, and so far they've dealt him well. And I was just mentioning in that last over as well, it was not about playing the spinning ball, it's about playing the slow ball. So you handle them like slow ball bowlers, not like typical spinners. Like that, it is very quick from the spinner there. One or two yard quicker, and he can almost be as quick as Bhuvneshwar Kumar.
That's a good enough analogy, parallel you have drawn, Gaurav. Very, very quick-witted these days. The more you commentate, the more you learn. You learn on the job. Mushtaq, lovely shot, slog sweep, and into the fence she goes. Sailing over the mid-wicket fieldsman's head for a mighty 6. He got stuck into that one, and that has gone the distance. High and handsome, high and long. Much needed 6 runs these. Welcome half a dozen maximum. And these 6s and 4s are greeted with some jazzy numbers, rollicking music by local DJ Michael. Cycle Wala Michael. This partnership has now raced along to 34 of just 39 balls, and how badly they needed it. Overthrow, needless run given away there. There was absolutely no need to go for that throw. And in these shortened formats, 20-20, 15-15, 10-10 versions of the game, every run saved, every run scored is worth its weight in gold. 24 karat gold. I just hope from their standpoint they don't go on to rue this these extra runs they give away by way of overthrows, wides, if this game goes all the way down to the wire, as we see another bowling change being effected from the mountain end, with a score reading 63 for 4. I think it's Ashish who has been replaced by Shaban Khan on strike, but if we can get the services of a reserve player from either side alongside us, that'll make matters a lot more easier for us. Hard to identify all the players. Left arm orthodox spinner starting the 11th over of the innings from the mountain end. Shaban on strike. This has turned out to be a commendable rescue act from Saurav as the new bowler. Left arm orthodox spinner, young, up and coming, promising tweaker, gives the ball a rip. Nice rhythmic action, shortish run up. He appeared for the state of Orissa in a few matches last season. Lovely shot, firmly driven down the ground, right out of the meat of the bat, straight out of the screws.
It reminds me a bit of Abdul Razak there from Bangladesh, to be honest. If you look at him closely and the way his bowling, especially the time he's delivering the ball. I mean, there are two kinds of left arm spinners. One kind of left arm spinners where they really just loop it up, try to turn the ball. Oh, this time the batsman hits it big, hits it really big. There we go. Then this is T20 cricket for you. Wickets, does it matter? They'll go for the big ones. Another 6. This is a good one, over extra cover.
That was a majestic strike. Stand up and deliver. Mind you, that was not all that bad at delivery. Just fractionally over pitched. He made room, stood tall on his tiptoes, and out of the blue struck it clean as a whistle, crisp as a cracker, sweet as a nut. Fantastic striking this. Some of the cleanest ball striking you'll ever see on a cricket field. That'll make him feel really good. Next ball, closing the face of the bat and just knocking it away towards the vacant mid-wicket region for an easy single. Plenty of open spaces out on the onside, Gaurav.
Absolutely, and that brings me to the next point. It depends on how you bowl as a left-arm spinner, because if you create angles, then shots on the onside will come into play. If you make the ball go away from the right-hand batter each and every time, then it's the offside field that is going to come into play, and that is why he's probably mixing it up here. Coming diagonally and trying to make a mark. Of course, it's 71 run for 471 for 4, of course, and Ashura is batting on 16 and batting beautifully. And what about Shavan? I keep on mentioning the fact that he has to make it big. He's actually made it big today, 26 from 24. Job is half done. All right. That's the thing about the shortest form of the game. And Saurav coming in has hit for a 6. Actually has come back well. The one delivery that was tossed up was gone for a 6. That is modern day cricket, and that is the reason why finger spinners are not turning the ball. They're saying, I'll bowl straight. I'll bowl it straight and quick. Hit me if you can. Flat, like that. It was hit along the carpet for a single. Remember the fact that he's already gone for a 6. He's making sure that he has to be a little bit defensive. End of another over. It's 72 for 4 after 11 overs.
Yes, you're right. He learnt his lesson rather quickly after being struck for that mighty 6 over extra cover. He was not willing to experiment a great deal, was content in pushing the balls through at a flatter trajectory, tying the batsman down, pinning them down to the back foot, onto the back foot. It's 73 for 4 after 11 overs. Fantastic rearguard action, rising from the ashes, almost phoenix-like. At one point they looked down and out for the count, but how well these two have stood up to be counted, put their hands up and stepped up to the plate in quite remarkable fashion as Aishwarya gets ready to take strike to the first ball of the 12th over. Swastik Samal, another new kid on the block, blessed with prodigious talent. I was having a chat with some of the former players and selectors. They spoke very highly of this young man, Swastik Samal, probing away on that corridor of uncertainty. Fielder does well to cut that one off. Had it gone past him, there was no one backing up. It would have raced off to the fence at a rate of knots. 74 now the score for the loss of 4 wickets. Yes, coming back to Swastik, he is a supremely gifted youngster. Lots expected from him going forward. It's youngsters like him who have to keep the flag flying high and the torch burning bright for Odisha cricket, who haven't had the best of the last few seasons, have come a cropper at all levels. Tucks it away down towards deep square leg. Easy single. These singles and twos are not going to hurt Odisha all that much. It's the boundaries and sixers they're more worried about. Swastik, tall, lanky bowler, bowling from close to the stumps. This partnership has so far produced 46 invaluable runs and has kept the side very much in the hunt, hauled them back into contention, dragged them back into this match. They were well and truly in danger of getting skittled out for a paltry total, but thanks to the superlative efforts of these two youngsters, Chhattisgarh cricket Sangh can now breathe easy. Swastik Samal it is. Lovely batting, closing the face of the bat and tucking it away. Very, very strong in and around his pads. Is Aishwarya, you bowl there to him and is going to pick you off for runs all day long. Picking his spots, milking the bowling now. This is truly a magnificent effort after losing those 4 early wickets. And looking in danger of getting bundled out for a lowish total. Aishwarya and Shaban have battered out of the skin, have almost pulled a rabbit out of the hat here. Another single collected. 76 for 4 now. Good tidy start this from Swastik Samal. Conceding only singles. That rounds off the 12th over of the innings, winning the toss and batting first. Chhattisgarh Cricket Sangh have progressed to 77 for 4. Back live now from the picturesque MGM Cricket Stadium here on the outskirts of Cuttack. Fantastic atmosphere, lovely ambience for a game of cricket. Gorgeous weather. Mushtaq, I think it is, or 13th over, about to get underway from the mountain end. Lovely cool breeze blowing across this ground. Welcome respite for all concerned. Rocks onto that back foot and packs a punch behind that stroke, but straight to the fieldsman. Mushtaq it is, in charge of the bowling operations. He has been pretty tidy today. Has kept both the batsmen in check. Once again opening the face of the bat and playing it with soft hands. Fielder quick to swoop down on the ball like a gazelle. Homing in on it like a panther. Terrific piece of fielding. Fantastic athleticism. Very, very swift across the turf. These youngsters from Odisha. Smash down the ground and straight into his waiting hands. And against the run of play, Chhattisgarh losing a vital wicket here. And the bowling change, the timely bowling change, doing the trick straight away as Mushtaq rewards his captain with a wicket and justifies the faith reposed in him by Rajesh Thupar. What a strike this is, Gaurav. Fantastic. The batsman would be livid with himself. That was a rank, a long hop, a real half tracker. And all he succeeds in doing is to hit it straight down the fieldsman's throat, who makes absolutely no mistake. And as I was saying earlier, against the run of play, Chhattisgarh have lost the 5th wicket, half the side, back in the hut now. Well done, Gaurav, with your public address system announcement. You have been a fantastic, a fabulous colleague to share the microphone with. May you come out with flying colors in all your endeavors going forward, and anything you lay your hands on may turn to gold.
Thank you so much. I mean, exceptional cricket so far from Odisha, and the fact that they continue to pick up wickets when it matters, and especially that last wicket. The partnership was going so well. 48. That was the partnership that happened between Shadab and Aishwarya. Of course, Aishwarya got out. Ajay Mandal, the skipper, comes in. 15 matches, 221 runs, average of 31. Highest score of 64. He was very energetic and very confident when he came out to toss. The captain, Ajay Mandal, he said that that it's a fresh wicket. Normally, team wins the toss, bats second in a fresh wicket. He said, we don't really mind batting first. He was so confident. Yes, they've lost 5 wickets, all right, but he was very sure about the fact that he wants the best of Chhattisgarh cricket. That is good. That is a leader for you. Let's see what he does with the bat this time. Gets a full ball and defends it. Such has been the situation. Even the full ball in the 13th over was not dispatched for a boundary. That tells you the kind of state in which Chhattisgarh is in at this point in time. On the other hand, in fact, it's looks like it's Mushtaq who is continuing to bowl. Yes, he is. He's picked up a wicket in this over. And one of the reasons why he's been so special as a bowler is that if you look at him, he's been very accurate as a bowler, and that is a perfect thing to have as an off spinner in the shortest form of the game. You got to be very accurate. You got to be right on the money. And I'll bring on that point once again, probably in the next over. Now, every time I say something, the opposite happens. I say he's accurate, he bowls a wide. That's commentator's curse for you. 78 now. Last ball of this over. He's been superb so far with the ball. Mushtaq, can he finish well? He does. Just a single on that. Flat batted shot for a single. And he'll keep the strike. That's the first run for the skipper as well. 13 overs done. 79 for 5 the score for Chhattisgarh after winning the toss, deciding to bat first. They've lost already 4 wickets inside 13 overs. 79 only on the board. They've lost 5 wickets in fact, with 79 only on the board. Let's see how many runs they'll try to score in the remaining overs. 7 overs still remaining. The projected score says 122. Is this something that will be happy?
That's AI projection, but the game is played out in the middle. You never know if one of these two can throw caution to the winds and use the long handle to telling effect and add some quick runs in the last 3 to 4 overs. They might well end up with a total in excess of 155, 160. 2 big overs will do the job for them. As we see Swastik Samal starting a fresh over from the city end. Ajay Mondal, the captain courageous, leading from the front, leading by example, but he has a job to perform. Looks very, very solid and compact. Short in stature, compact left-handed batsman, southpaw. But he needs to do the bulk of the heavy lifting from here on in, do the bulk of the scoring, so to speak. Facing Swastik Samal. Swastik Samal has been right on the money from the word go. Has probed away relentlessly on that corridor of uncertainty in that proverbial 3/4 channel. Not giving the batsman any room to free their arms. And kept it nice and tight for his team. As we see Rajesh Dhupar moving the fine leg fielder around. Sweetly timed, brilliantly played. That's a magnificent shot. Minimum effort, optimum result. That was sweetly timed. Right out of the meat of the bat, straight out of the screws, and that ball whistled away to the fence like a dose of salts. My word, just easing through that shot, leaning into the drive. Oh, he caresses it into the fence. And that ball has travelled as if it was struck with ferocious power. This is what timing can do. He looks really good, looks in sublime touch as he places it deftly between the 2 fielders and scampers back for the second run. This is a magnificent effort, showing a remarkable strength of character and composure in the face of this daunting challenge. Young Ajay Mondal, the captain, leading from the front. This is as good a beginning to his innings as he could have hoped for. He is batting there as if he is out in the middle having a net. Lovely shot, accessing every corner of the ground, this time deftly turning it away around the corner for a couple. This is once again turning out to be a pretty productive over for the batting side. 8 runs have already come off the first 4 balls, thanks largely to this superlative effort from young Ajay Mondal, keeping them very much in the hunt. Any total in excess of 135, 140. That scoreboard pressure is always going to tell on the batting side. Lovely batting once again, opening the face of the bat and guiding it down to short third man for a single. This is fantastic batsmanship, very, very intelligent, sensible batting. Not trying anything outlandish or outrageous. Content in playing it straight out of the coaching manual, right out of the copybook, and collecting these easy singles, couples, and in between scoring that delectable, delightful boundary that was so very easy on the eyes, aesthetically pleasing. Shaban on strike now. 14th over of the innings in progress. Lovely batting this, knocking the ball into the vacant spaces and scurrying through for that single that rounds off the 14th over. Winning the toss and batting first, Chhattisgarh Cricket Sangh are 89 for 5. As I hand over the mic to my co-commentator Gaurav Panda.
Thank you so much, Mr. Anirban Kanungo. Yes, the fact that they've already picked up 5 wickets and they have 1 wicket of Suryakant and 1 over of Suryakant and 1 over of Ashish. And of course, Ashutosh bowling 2 overs and picking of 1 wicket. Mustaq with 1 wicket as well. The point that I'm trying to make here is that because they've lost 5 wickets, why not bring some of your premier fast bowlers at this stage instead of bowling those middle overs? Why not go for the kill? I think for someone like Ajay here, Ajay the captain, who is batting on 10 from 8, someone like Ajay, I think it's best to bring someone like Suryakant. Just keep that 1 over. Yes, you want to keep him for that death overs, but then you want to go for the kill as well because you've already picked up 5 wickets. So I think it will be better to just bowl that 1 over for someone like Ajay and to see if, because he's someone who's very comfortable on the front foot and he's the one who can bank the ball in when it is required, can skid through the surface. Alright, that is not going to happen, especially at this point in time. Swastik Samal with 2 overs, Mustaq bowling 3 overs, and it's Karthik Bishwal who's coming in to bowl his first, and that's a brilliant shot indeed, brilliant stat. It has gone the distance. Yes, it does. Lovely shot in there. Karthik Bishwal bowling the first ball, and Savan says, thank you very much. Welcome to the wicket, says Savan with that 6. First ball has gone for a 6. Let's see how he comes back as a bowler. Very important. And he cuts it. Finds the fielder, wants a run. They're appealing for it, and they'll go upstairs. All happening here in MGM School of Cricket Stadium. Well, the first one was a full ball. He wanted to go for it, got a 6, and then of course this one was dragged back, played the caught shot. Now it has gone to the third umpire. This will be a game-changing wicket if it comes. Looks like not out to me at this stage, but you never know. Directed, and they're always crazy. They'll always bring up something every time they come in.
Yet when it comes to direct hits, always expect the unexpected, always a touch and go scenario. And all this while the batsman must be having his heart in his mouth, butterflies in his tummy on tenterhooks, on pins and needles. Well, that was a fantastic effort, Gaurav. These youngsters, the coach Shrikant and the senior team management, they have galvanized the side into a well-drilled fighting unit. Registered an emphatic victory against West Bengal in their last league encounter in Calcutta Eden Gardens. Although the man sitting alongside me may not be all too pleased to hear that. That's on a lighter note. Another over starting from the mountain end, as no damage was done. In the last DRS review, the batsman had made his ground 15th of the innings. High and mighty handsome. That is a magnificent blow. That's a colossal strike. That has sailed into the orbit. Just stand and admire, and how well the batsman held his pose, kept the shape. Lovely hands through the line of the ball. That was a meaty blow. Lusty hit. That will inspire a great deal of confidence in the dressing room. Slashed away, but this time straight to point. A fumble from the fieldsman enables the batsman to hurry through for that single. Now both these batsmen beginning to show an element of urgency in their batting, trying to get a move on and add some quick runs to the team's tally. (102). That 6 also brought up the 100 for the batting side, and the 100 was brought up in grand style. Lovely shot, but unfortunately unable to beat the point fieldsman, who does well to cut that one off. Can these two produce some spectacular fireworks towards the fag end of the innings and take the score past the 150 run mark? Only time will tell. They have got the ability for sure. Lovely batting this, turning it away in elegant fashion. Graceful looking stroke down towards long on for a single. Both these batsmen now beginning to get their eyes in, get a measure of the wicket, get into a nice little groove as we see the completion of the 15th over, winning the toss and batting first. Chhattisgarh Cricket Sangh are 104 for 5. It's 104 for 5 after 15.
Five overs to go then. 5 overs to go with 5 wickets in hand. All to play for. 6.93. That's the current run rate, and the projected score saying they'll go to 139. And the commentator sitting next to me, of course, say that this is just a projection by AI. There's nothing more than that. So they'll be trying to get as 150 first, and maybe more than that, 160. You never know. They're talking about 160 at the toss. The captain Ajay Mandal, and he's the one who will be on strike then. 11 from 9, batting with a strike rate of 122. That's all right. And Ajay Mandal, so far, he has shown that he's a very good player on the front foot. First ball of the 16th. Shot in wide. I hit that in the air. No man's land. That's the point that I was trying to make. I'm not sure if he's that great on the back foot. If you look at his technique so far, I'll say he's wonderful on the front foot. That is why, for a period of time, I thought banging the ball into someone like us is not that you want to be predictable as a bowler, but the surprise delivery should come in. Karthik Bishwal bowling that last over, of course. Ashish Rai, last over, very expensive today, 8.53. Ajay Mandal on strike. In fact, it's Shawan who is on strike, it seems. No run in that. Yeah, Ajay Mandal batting on 11 from 9 with 1 boundary, 122 to the strike rate. Shada batting on 44 from 34 with 2 boundaries and 3 sixes. He is really the pick of the batsman. Turn the table today, and rightly so. Every time you expect one of the batters to perform, Shaban has come out, batting on 44. Straight batted shot. Now what Ajay has done so well here is that he's given strike back to someone like Shaban, and that is too right, because even if you are the best batter of your side, you want to give someone else the strike, especially when that someone else is hitting the ball well. Wonderful stadium this, the inaugural match, the invitational match happening between Odisha and Chhattisgarh. Neighbors share a lot of good connections, and of course, as far as cricket is concerned, it's a common interest. They just love cricket and probably take it to the next level in this part of the world. Talking about both Odisha and Chhattisgarh. Yes, of course, the chief guest of this event, that final event, will be Mr. Suresh Raina, so that will be a great one. Of course, Sri Ranendra Pratap Swain, the Honorable Minister of Agriculture, will going to be coming in as well. So that will be quite a post-match presentation. We look forward to that. But at this point in time, it's the cricket that is taking the center stage. Oh, he has hit that in the air then. Fielder under it has taken the catch. There it is. That is probably the biggest wicket of this innings, and that can make a difference of 20-30 runs. You never know. He's looking too dangerous. Has hit that ball in the air and he's got out. That's wicket number 6 coming from Chhattisgarh, and of course Odisha is absolutely delighted. The fact that they're picking wickets every time when it matters, and every time there is a partnership, they will be delighted. 106 for 6. Anirbar Kanungo next to me must be thinking about the fact that it's already witnessed a lot of matches like this and have seen bowling team coming back. I mean, the team that is batting now is going to be the bowling team, and they probably will not have the biggest of the target to set. You never know. I mean, 4 wickets in hand, you can see a magical innings, but that's the look of it. So it's Ashish who's got a wicket finally in the final over of spell. And in comes the new batter, Pawandeep Singh. Yes, Pawandeep Singh gets a short ball, punches it, but finds the fielder, no run. It has been tough. It really has been, with wickets falling at regular intervals. The run scoring has been tough. And mind you that if it's tough for one side, it can be tough for the other side as well. And that is why you got to be right on the money each and every time. Chhattisgarh have won the toss, decided to bat first, and that's where they are, 106 for 6 in the 16th over, towards the business end of the first innings. And the bowler who can bat are going to take the center stage. Punches it again, this time along the carpet, in the gap, gets the run, this time gets the mark. Pawandeep getting on the mark there. Ajay Mandal, the captain of the side, still batting on 12 from 11. He has to see it through. He has to be not out, to be honest. Alright, we'll talk about that. 16th over comes to an end. It's 107 for 6. Chhattisgarh 7 run 6 wicket win 16 overs done, 107 for 6. The Chhattisgarh, after winning the toss, deciding to bat first.
Mushtaq starting the 17th over from the mountain end. Pawandeep on strike. Has struck some meaty blows, played some shots straight off the middle of his bat, right out of the screws. Has looked very much in his comfort zone ever since he has come out to the center. Now brings Ajay Mandal back on strike. Unbeaten on 12, slashes it away past the point fieldsman and ambles across for an easy single. As I have been repeatedly mentioning, these singles and twos are not going to hurt Odisha all that much. It's the boundaries and big hits, the ones over the ropes, they are more worried about. They will be more worried about. Mushtaq bowling at a flatter trajectory, pushing it through, opening the face of the bat. Barring that mid-innings resurrection, it has been a one-horse race so far. It's Team Odisha which has called all the shots, held all the aces, and has been the team well and truly in the driver's seat. Wrapped on the pads, loud appeal, and the finger goes up. Dreaded finger of the umpire goes up. He has no hesitation in sending the batsman back to the heart, as this wicket has been greeted with some rollicking music. Our local DJ, Cyclewala Michael, belting out these jazzy numbers. Well done, Michael. Injecting a festive touch to the proceedings, providing all of us with some much needed entertainment. 7th batsman now biting the dust. Another wicket tumbling. And now Chhattisgarh are in dire straits once again. They were looking to put up a respectable total on the board, but thanks to some disciplined bowling and sharp fielding, once again their wheels are coming off. This mid-innings momentum they were building has been derailed, and derailed in quite spectacular fashion. Mushtaq has looked really well. He has bowled exceedingly well this afternoon. Hasn't been afraid to toss the ball up in the air imparting clever variations, imposing subtle changes of pace, mixing up his deliveries intelligently, and has been rewarded with a couple of wickets so far. Match practice, there is no substitute for match practice game time, and that would be welcome by all the participating competing players. New batsman Sumit replacing Pavandeep at the wicket. Full toss, driven down the ground for an easy single, but more importantly gets his senior partner, the captain Ajay Mondal, back on strike. He has to do the bulk of the scoring now, has to contribute a significant chunk of whatever total they put on from here on end. Do the lion's share of the scoring. Ajay Mondal on strike, playing it deftly between the two fielders. How was that for placement? That ball has raced away to the fence like a tracer bullet. Another magnificent looking shot from captain Ajay Mondal. Exactly the kind of shot that his team needed. Exactly what the doctor had ordered. Another 4 runs added to the team's tally after the end of 17 overs. Winning the toss and batting first, Chhattisgarh Cricket Sangh are 114 for 7. They would be looking to add at least 30 more runs and take the side's total past the 140 run mark. That's more than 7 runs per over. If they are to fancy the chances of containing this formidable batting lineup of Odisha. Swastik Samal it is once again from the city end. Tall, lanky, fast-ish, medium, stuffy dishes out. Has been impeccable in his line and length, has struck a nice little rhythm, settled into a lovely groove, has been there or thereabouts throughout his bowling spell, and has asked searching questions of the batsman, to which they haven't had any answer up against Ajay Mondal this time. The captain stylishly played away, glanced away off his hips. Fielder giving chase, cuts it off inches inside the ropes and restricts the batsman to just a couple. Can these two produce some spectacular fireworks and do some explosive striking? Quick runs are the order of the day, the need of the hour from the batting side standpoint. 116 now the score for the loss of 7 wickets. Chhattisgarh would be banking heavily on their captain Ajay Mondal, who has looked in exquisite touch right from the word go. Bowling round the wicket now, swing and a miss, chipping down the wicket. Ajay Mondal is on the charge to every ball he faces, trying to throw the kitchen sink, and that's the need of the hour. The problem for Chhattisgarh is that they have lost wickets in a cluster, a flurry of wickets within a very short span of time, and that has really pegged them back, and pegged them back big time. "17 unbeaten, on strike to Swastik. Edged away, fielder strategically positioned there. Ajay was interested for a second, but being turned back by his partner. Sumit on strike now. "117 for 7. Sumit unbeaten with 3 runs against his name. Can he send one out of this ground? wrapped on this bats. That was a wayward delivery, but no ball. Second no ball of the innings, and second free hit coming up, as if on cue. Just as I uttered the words, "Can he send one out of this ground?" the bowler obliges and bowls a no ball. These no balls are gifts which should not be looked in the mouth. A gift toss that should not be looked in the mouth. Sumit on strike to the three hit ball. Lovely shot, inside out, over covers he goes, and that has sailed into the fence for a mighty sixer. Out of this ground he goes. What a strike. This is out of the very top draw. Top shelf batting this from Sumit. New to the crease, batting at number 9. But that shot was played like a batsman who's a top order man. What a shot that was. Right out of the screw, straight off the meat of the bat. Throwing his right leg out of the way and smashing it over covers. Inside out. And a truly magnificent half a dozen. 124. 124 for the loss of 7. It's all happening out there in the centre. Action-packed cricket being played out in the middle. Now 140, 145 very much on the cards. Beauty, good comeback delivery from Swastik. Clever, intelligent change of pace. Beating the batsman all ends up a neck and crop. This is an intriguing, fascinating battle of cat and mouse between bat and ball, sowing seeds of doubt in the batsman's mind and restricting him to a dot ball. One wicket here will make a difference of at least 8 to 10 runs. Very, very crucial 8 to 10 runs. Slashed away off the back foot, but straight to point. And hustling through for that single, and the 18th of the innings, batting first after winning the toss. Chhattisgarh Cricket Sangh are 125 for the loss of 7 wickets. Last 2 overs coming up. Decisive phase of their innings. Remains to be seen as to how many quick runs they can add, or if Odisha has it in them what it takes to bundle them out for a paltry total. That's anybody's guess. This match tantalizingly poised on a knife edge. Brilliant battle. Chhattisgarh winning the toss earlier in the day and having no hesitation in batting first. Suffered some early setbacks, lost some early wickets, and were down in the dumps at one point, losing 4 wickets with only 19 on the board. Since then, first Ashutosh and Shaban, and then Ajay Mandal have done the resurrection, have done an exceedingly good repair job, put on a gallant rescue act and taking them to the position they find themselves in at this point. 125 for 8. And to take you through the last 2 overs, it's over to my co-commentator Gaurav Panda.
Thank you so much, Mr. Anirban Kanungo. 2 overs now, 125 already on the board. As you mentioned, the best thing about these overs is that the captain has come back to form. He's looked so good today, but it's Sumit will be on strike. Oh, it's a straight ball, missed by the batsman. It's given him. It's a big, big wicket. It's a wicket of the batsman who could have been very, very dangerous. It was a straight ball, all right. He wanted to hit it to onside, missed it, and plumb in front. Time for a wicket. The bowler called it right. Yes, wicket at the right time. This is exactly what Odisha has done in this match. Every time there is some partnership, every time they're thinking about making it big, Odisha says, come on, have a look at us. Nineteenth over has produced another wicket, 125 for 8. They're definitely not going to 160. And as Basudev has come in as the new batter, known for his bowling, has a huge role to play with the ball. If Chhattisgarh wants to make a mark in this match, then it's Basudev with the ball that will count a lot. But this time, let's see how he can make his job a little bit easier by scoring those extra runs. Some 15, 20, you never know. It can happen. Now 11 deliveries remaining. This magnificent stadium, and the look of it, it's an absolute carnival here. But not so much with the 4s and 6s, to be honest. So it's time to bring it back once again. As you know, especially when you picked up 8 wickets, all you know is that you need to just wrap the tail up as quickly as possible. 11 deliveries. It's all about keeping it in the right areas and making sure that Chhattisgarh becomes all out. But on Chhattisgarh's point of view, of course, they want to be adding some runs here. Desperate runs, but runs are runs. There we go, Basudev on strike. And Surya is a champion bowler. He's been so good today. And the reason why he's been so good is that he has hit that 3/4 length every now and then. The reason why you're successful is that every time you play on a fresh wicket, you really don't know about the nature of the wicket. So it's better to just keep it in the right areas rather than experimenting a lot of things. And Surya has exactly done that. Excellent spell of fast bowling so far from Surya. 3 wickets in his spell. He's given 13 runs, 3.9 the economy. Oh, once again the close face of the bat. They want to run out of it. No run. Well, every time they're closing the face of the bat, you know, they're bringing something or the other. So they have to think twice before doing that. And the reason why they're doing that is Surya is keeping it very straight and he's not giving any room at all. He does have a protection on the offside, but he believes that it's all about bowling straight, wicket to wicket for him. Can he just continue to do that once again? It might be a fresh recipe, but the cook is same. Oh, change of pace, change of length as well. Not a big one, only a single. They'll be delighted with this kind of an over. 19th over, and you know that you are not giving 4s, you're not giving 6s. You're the one who is winning the battle even without picking up a wicket. But he has picked up a wicket, so that means he is topping it up today. 127 for 8. And Chhattisgarh, just to remind you, winning the toss, deciding to bat first, didn't quite get it in the first over itself. Lost 2 wickets. Tried to come back. They come back well, to be honest. For 1 point, it was looking like below 100, but that partnership in the middle made sure that they become as quickly as possible. Oh, hit through the line. Hit through the line. The fielder in the deep will come into play. Another single, not more than a single. This is champion stuff from Surya. Let me just remind you what he has done so far. 3.4 overs, 14 runs, 3 wickets, 3.82 the economy. What else you want from a bowler? Bowling coming into the 19th over and not giving anything at all, picking up a wicket. I've seen Surya doing this over the years, and he's still doing it today. A hero who matters in the biggest stage. Yes, Surya for that one more delivery. Final ball of his spell. Can he be special? Oh yes, there is a chance. There is a chance. It could have been tough. It goes the other direction. Boundary to end this over. Bit of anti-climax, but exactly what Chhattisgarh wants. Another boundary. 132 now, and 19 over comes to an end with 2 wickets in hand. Final over to come.
Credit must go to the middle and lower order batsmen of this fighting fit crack outfit of Chhattisgarh. After losing almost half their side for next to nothing, they have shown tremendous strength of character and remarkable sense of purpose in weathering that early storm, riding out that hostile spell in the first 6 overs of the innings, and steering their team to a position of respectability. It's 132 for 9 as we await the commencement of the final over. Swastik Samal it is. Tall and lanky. Lovely strike that was smashed through the covers. No chance for the fielder to cut that one off. and that has raced away to the fence at a rate of knots. That was a lusty strike, meaty blow from the batsman, finding the sweetest spot of his bat and sending it whistling away to the fence. This is some of the cleanest ball striking you will see on a cricket field. Nice extension of the arms, lovely hands through the line of the ball. Batting at number 10. Vasudev looks like every bit a top order as he has castled him, sends his leg off stump cartwheeling out of the ground. And with four balls remaining, Chhattisgarh Cricket Sangh have been dismissed for 136. So Odisha will come out in pursuit of 137 for victory in this inaugural match between, my sincerest apologies. I think we have another wicket to go. That was the ninth wicket, ninth batsman to be dismissed. Correction there. I thought he was the last wicket, the Jack. Number 11 batsman walking out to the crease now. Saurav. Four balls remaining. 4 more balls to go. How many runs can Chhattisgarh add to their current total of 136? Will determine the fate. This is a fairly young Odisha side. Most of the senior pros have been rested as he takes 2 on the trot, and now the innings has been polished off. Swastik Samal wraps up things with a beauty, rattling the off stump of the batsman and finishing with 2 wickets under his belt in his kitty. And Chhattisgarh winning the toss and batting first in this inaugural exhibition match. First match to be held at this picturesque MGM ground, MGM Cricket Stadium. Odisha will come out chasing 137 for victory in 15 minutes time. Till then, from all of us here, very good bye.
Welcome back to the second innings. The first innings saw some batters struggling, but in the end, is Chhattisgarh went on to make 137. So exciting will be the second innings. First ball of it, shot and wide around the off stump. He nudged it well, and straight away, 400 strike rate. First ball and dispatched for a boundary. What a start from Team Odisha. Exceptional start indeed. 137 to chase down from 120 deliveries. And Swastik Shamal, facing the first ball, said, come on, I've got a wide one around my off stump. Why not go for it? And he's done that. Got a boundary. Excellent team this. If you talk about Odisha Senior Men's team, Swastik Shamal on strike, and Basudev continues. Has to come good. Again on that short of length region. This time he will get another boundary. This is a cracker of a start indeed. Two boundaries. Two boundaries in two deliveries from Swastik. And more than that, the confidence that you can see from his batting is top class indeed. Paid the price really, Basudev. I mean he bowls it short around that fourth stump, fifth stump line. You give a bit of width to the batsman who is in tremendous touch. He'll never going to miss out on that. He'll put it away for a boundary. He does that twice now. Some splendid performance, really. Oh, once again, 3 and 3. He is unstoppable here. Swastik Shamal is turning it on today. 3 deliveries, and mind you, this is over number 1 only. And he has hit 3 boundaries on a tot. That is 12 runs all of a sudden, and provided the fact that he has also bowled well. Anirban can't go with me. He did play well.
Yes, lovely beginning this Swastik Shamal. His brilliant performance with the ball rubbing off on his batting here. He has come out all guns blazing, swinging from the hips. Set the ground ablaze with some scintillating stroke play. Scorching shots, sizzling this grease lightning outfit. Another lovely strike off the back foot. He's packing a punch here. That ball is cracked away to the fence at a rate of knots. Before you could say Jack Robinson, that has clattered into the advertising hoardings. My word, what a shot that was. Before I could gather my breath, that was not all that bad a delivery, just fractionally short. How quickly he got into position and smashed it away. This is simply sensational. He has got his team off to a rollicking start. This is a blazing beginning for Team Odisha. Oh,
well, is just bowl it around that off stump, outside the off stump, and this bread and butter for someone like Swastik has to come good. Line length, both needs to be corrected as quickly as possible. Whoa, he's ready for it, but that is protection this time. Better. Every time you pitch it short around the off stump, you should have a protection on the onside. Just horses for courses, as they call it. The one reason why this was not a boundary is that he had one fielder there at the tip on the offside around that sweeper region. That is better. Now it's moving on towards backward point. But if you want to bowl it around that position, that's not required, especially when you know it's a new ball which can do a bit. You need to bowl it well. You need to pitch the ball up. He's missed the length by a lot, to be honest. 617 already on the board. Yes, Rajesh on strike this time for the very first time. Gets a short ball, hits it well. Over the fielder said this is turning out to be a fantastic over. And rightly, because of the fact that both the batters have thrown their bat at it and has got runs. So many runs in this over already. 120 required from 115. They said, Rajesh said, come on, I will have my piece in this over as well. First over done, and it's 21 on the board without losing any wicket. Our Team Odisha, and they're chasing 116. More runs required now from 114 deliveries. Yes, they have scored 21 in the first over. This is T20 cricket, and this is batting at his best.
Swastik Shamal has announced his arrival has declared his intent in quite grand fashion here, setting the tone for the rest of this innings. His intent on finishing things off in a hurry, and if Odisha continue at this rapid clip, they're all set to romp home at a canter. This is a dream beginning. They could not have asked for a better start, thanks to the flashing blade of Swastik Samal in particular. 4 boundaries on the bounce. My word. He has come out really all guns blazing. Once again standing tall on his tiptoes and pulling it away, but this time straight to the short mid-wicket fieldsman. What a beginning. Odisha's team management doing well to give these budding youngsters a chance to showcase their talent, demonstrate their potential. Game time is vitally important, critically imperative for any budding youngster. It hardly matters how much time you spend in the nets. There is no substitute for match practice. Another majestic shot, dispatching it with disdain, toying with the bowling, although he didn't get hold of that shot properly, getting the toe end of the bat. But one has to appreciate his intent. That's what matters more than anything else at the end of the day. Baseball cricket, as Brendan McCullum and Ben Stokes have redefined the art of batsmanship, the art of approaching cricket.
Well, the way Swastik is going, he can make it Swastik cricket. He will have his own brand of cricket. That's like risk-free cricket, but very, very aggressive. Whoa, he leaps the right hander. This is exactly what it should be. Now, where was this kind of delivery in the first over? This time right on the money, putting it in the right direction and making sure that the batsmen just do a bit of ball watching. And that is exactly fast bowling for you. I mean, you keep it in the right areas, even in the newest form of the game, you still can be very, very successful. 21. Without a wicket and no runs in this over so far. Next ball. Oh, take a note of that, he says. Excellent shot. No ball, says the umpire, but look at the other end. It's a gigantic shot for a 6. Exceptional shot. More than anything else, it was the timing and the placement of it. The sound of the bat was special, and so was the shot. Now what happens is he'll now bowl a free hit to a batsman who is looking absolutely ominous. This is sensational stuff if you are a batsman, not so if you are a bowler. He has gone through the offside again, over the fielder said. Swastik Samal is unstoppable. That is cricket at his best, that is batting at his best. And what not, with the kind of stroke play we can witness at this point in time. 27 for only in 10 deliveries with 5 fours, 1 6s. 1 6 of course. Now with that 6 it becomes exceptional batting. I mean, the best thing he's doing here is just judging the pace of the ball and the length of the ball. That is all you have to do in modern day cricket. Length of the ball, and that is enough for someone like Swastik. He's doing it so well. Such a special talent here. Swastik continues to be on strike. Oh, he can do that too. Come on. Swastik has shown a very different side of his batting in the last delivery. 32 runs. This is the second over that is going on. Contrasting start really if you compare it with Odisha and Chhattisgarh. One is going to the east, the other going to the west. Swastik Samal turning it on today. The best part about his batting, as I just mentioning, is the fact that he is judging the length. What about the last ball? It was pitched in the right direction. What next then? Oh, he can clip it away on the onside. That is protection, so just a single. Every time he plays shots, brings excitement. But tell you what, you'll be on the strike for the next over. Not quite. There is another delivery coming up for you. It seems. No. That's the end of this over. 2 overs done. 33 runs on the board. They're up to Flyers Odisha without ledging any wickets in 2 overs.
In the meanwhile, our two guests of honor, our chief guests for the occasion, which promises to be a glittering ceremony, the official inauguration, the customary inauguration. Suresh Raina and Pragyan Oja, they've made their way into the arena. Our heartfelt thanks to both these illustrious cricketers for gracing the occasion and dignifying the event with their august presence. As we see another firm stroke down the ground, nails it down towards long off for an easy single. (34) without loss. Sumit the bowler, left arm orthodox, doing it ever so easily. Slight fumble from the bowler, but as the maxim goes, never run on a misfield. You are asking for trouble. Sumit. Rajesh taps that into the vacant mid-wicket region and walks through for that single. It's 35 without loss, and Odisha well on their way. These two have given them a solid foundation. Rocks onto the back foot and smashes it away towards deep covers for another single. Picking his spots, milking the bowling now. Both these batsmen getting into their respective straights, hitting their straps straight away. Looking very, very comfortable out in the centre. That rounds off the third over. Odisha in pursuit of 137 for victory, are 36 without loss. Both their openers, Swastik Samal and Rajesh, holding the fort. As once again, on behalf of all the organizers, we express our heartfelt thanks and gratitude to both the illustrious cricketers Pragyan Oja and Suresh Raina for giving their consent to grace the occasion and dignify the event with their august presence. Thank you, gentlemen. Swastik Samal, it'll be on strike. Pulled away. Third such shot, identical to the previous two before this, but straight into the mid-wicket fielder's hands on the first bounce. Here's Saurav Majumdar from the mountain end. Chhattisgarh Cricket Sangh in desperate need of a wicket, champing at the bit to break this partnership and effect the first breakthrough. Wrapped on the pads, maybe has gotten an inside edge. This is the kind of start which sets the tone for the rest of the innings. Perfect platform being laid, ideal launching pad provided. Makes things a great deal more easier for the middle order. 37 runs, and we are in the middle of the fourth over, chasing a relatively modest target of 137 for victory in this inaugural match at this picturesque, spectacular looking MGM Cricket Stadium. Lovely blazing sunshine beating down the ground. Gorgeous weather for a game of 2020 cricket, and so far all of us have been given plenty of entertaining cricket, and plays from both the sides have given us lots to cheer about. Despairing dive and a fantastic stop effected, throwing himself full length down to his left and preventing a certain boundary. How was that for commitment? Top notch. It's all happening out there in the center. Brilliant batting. At times some sharp incisive bowling coupled with athletic fielding. You could not have asked for anything better or anything more. Lovely shot, pick up shot, release stroke, and an equally brilliant piece of fielding effort there at the fence. This is truly magnificent. He has whipped it off his pads with effortless ease. My word, he is looking in sublime touch indeed. No effort whatsoever. This is the first time I'm watching this young budding talent in action, and some player looks to be an outstanding talent. Possesses that gift of timing, that silken touch. Another majestic shot on the up, this time straight to the fieldsman at deep mid-wicket. Scores just a single. 40 without loss. Cracking start this from Team Odisha, the hosts, in pursuit of a modest target of 137 for victory. Lots of youngsters, young cricketing enthusiasts have crowded around our guests. This is what stardom does. Lovely, elegant touch. Equally well fielded at short fine leg. Whipping it off his hips, clipping it off his pads. No run scored after the completion of 4 overs. It's still 41 without loss. Both openers Swastik Samal and Rajesh out in the center holding the fort for Odisha. And to take you through the next spell of play, it's over to my co-commentator Gaurav Panda. It's all yours, Gaurav.
Thank you again. 41. Great start. Almost like as crispy and as tasty as the lunch we had. Especially the fact that you get lovely food in this part of the world as well, Odisha. This time the cricket is great as well. Left arm spinner coming in. Is it going to make anything substantial? Swastik Samal batting on 34 from 18. 5 boundaries in them. 1-6. Looks $1 million every time he bats. On strike. Straight batted shot. Flat batted as well. This is gonna be a boundary. Oh, that is a great shot. Almost to the com box there. Almost to the com box, and Swastik Samal is making his bat talk today. Just playing some lovely shots out there. The best thing about him, I still think, is the fact that he's judging the length well. And again, this time finding the gap. Not quite. Chance of a run out. There's a big mix-up from these two batters. They survive. Rajesh, where are you going? Swastik is batting so well at the other end. He's got the best seat in the house, to be honest. When someone like Swastik is batting like this, you're standing at the non-striker end. You yourself are a very good batter, all right. Pushed away on the back foot. Another mix-up. It's not so much with running between the wicket at this point in time. It is all about boundaries in the first 4 overs. And thanks to some great bowling by the bowler, they have to come back to plan B with running between the wicket, which is This has not been that great, to be honest. He has to come back well. Don't need to do a hit and run every time. Already up to a flyers. That's better. Play at it. And he's played that on the front foot. No run there. Only one boundary. So I can say that it's a good comeback from the bowler. Left arm orthodox, trying to get something. Trying to get the wicket. And this time straight one. He just works it away on the onside quite easily there. And 2 is on, they say. 2 is on. It is. Yes, it is. That is a fantastic display of running between the wicket. I called it in the first 4 overs. They were not getting it right. But look at the last ball. Did it so clinically there. End of another over. 5 overs done. 47 already on the board without losing any wicket. Team Odisha, they're superb so far. This is doing it so right. First with the bat, now with the ball. It's been taken to the next level by someone like Swastik, Rajesh, Dupar as well. Playing his part. 6 from 7 with 1 boundary. He's not got a lot of strike, alright. It's Swastik who is getting a lot of strike. So Rajesh will be getting some strike, but not in this over because already Swastik is on strike. Last over of the power play. Will they keep on doing that? I mean, they've got runs. They've got everything that they wanted. And look at Chhattisgarh. They've already gone back to plan B. First plan A, plan B, then plan A, now coming back to plan B. So everything happening inside 5 overs. And what sort of field he has got? Sumit has come in for another over, and the field he has got is that he's got a long off, and that is what just makes this cricket more fascinating. Go for the big one, come on. That's the message from the bowler. No, he hits it along the carpet, and rightly so. We call it a game of cat and mouse. I'll call it a game where you can bluff, you can double bluff, but in the end, it's the mind that wins, not the body. Sweep shot coming in, sweep shot coming in. Oh, run out chance as well. It's all happening here in this over, in this ball itself. Misfield from the fielder as well. Everything happening here. Chances created, chances not taken. That is exactly what it has been. Ajay Mandal coming in to bowl this over. I mean, has tried to be very accurate out there. Oh, looks like something has happened to the fielder there. Hurt himself in that process. Very tough for a fielding unit, especially when you know that you're not in the right side at this point in time. One fielder down. That's not a sight born to see in a cricket field. It has to be a contest between bat and ball, and that's it. Nothing more than that. Sometimes it's a byproduct of the intensity that we kind of get while playing cricket, but you know, you want your players to be alright as quickly as possible and get along this game of cricket. 48, that's the score. This is the 6th over. They pulled things back slightly, I can say, because the way they're going, they're almost making 105 overs. So it is a good comeback from the bowling side. Not been a very significant one, I can tell you, but it is a comeback. It is a comeback. It is a comeback that can give that a little bit of that extra to the bowling side, and they can say that, come on, we have the confidence in us to come back into the match. And every time you talk about Chhattisgarh, you talk about the bowling, because most of the time it's the bowling that talks. And this is what they'll be hoping as well. Once again, already they have kind of a great start the batting side. So the only way you can come back is by picking up wickets. First ball. In fact, the game continues, and he puts it in the right areas. That's where it should be, exactly right in the morning. To someone like Swastik. Now, what happens is that if Swastik wants to get those runs, he has to go inside out, not straight, not through long off. Yes, he's gone through long off. There is a chance. It's taken. There it is then. The first wicket has gone. And the bowler has finally got the last laugh. And that is because he is mentally tough. He's produced the challenge that was required and finally has grabbed onto it. First wicket.
यहाँ पे खड़ा हो जाओ, कैमरे के सामने लोग तो वहाँ पे, आप वहाँ पे आ जाकर रोक रहे हो उनको, वो तो कैमरा के सामने आ ही जा रहा है ना। आप वहाँ बस वहाँ पे ही खड़ा हो जाओ।
Much needed wicket, vital breakthrough effected by the bowler Saurav. The dangerous looking Swastik Samal back in the hut, playing a breezy little cameo. Smashed the ball to every corner of the ground, flayed it to every part of the park. If it was in the V, he smashed it to the tree. If it was in the arc, he smashed it out of the park. And it was a delight to watch, an absolute joy to behold till the time he was there at the crease. Amin, the new batsman, coming out to bat at that pivotal number 3 position. Very, very elegant looking, stylish youngster. Left-handed, classy. Wrapped on the pads. Ball pops up in there. Shy at the stumps. Keeper flashes off the bails in a flash. My goodness, that was a close call. He whips off the bails in a flash, the wicket keeper. But the batsman making his ground by the skin of his teeth. Had that been a direct hit, the batsman would have struggled big time. As our guests for the day are being welcomed by the organizers. Rajesh on strike. Rajesh and Swastik complemented each other brilliantly. Perfect foil to each other. Whipped away off his legs. Very, very strong around that area. You bowl there to him and he's going to pick you off for runs all day long. Bread and butter shot. That rounds off completes the 5th over of the innings. Chasing 130, correction, 6th over of the innings. Chasing 137 for victory. The hosts Odisha are 50 for the loss of 1 wicket. The 50 runs coming in the 6th over of the innings, thanks to some scintillating batting from their opener Swastik Samal. He has given us all lots to cheer about. Plenty of power-packed entertainment. Lots to rejoice as we see a bowling change being effected at the city end. Rajesh on strike. Edged and well away from the outstretched hands of the wicketkeeper. That was a valiant attempt, enticing the batsman into a false stroke, drawing him into a flirt outside the off stump. Succeeds in inducing that outside edge, and in spite of that valiant attempt, the ball eluding the outstretched hands of the wicketkeeper. Lucky break, fortunate reprieve here for the batsman Rajesh. And rubbing salt into a festering wound, adding insult to injury. That ball runs away to the fence for a boundary as well. It's 54 for 1. Good brisk beginning this from Team Odisha. Off this time, pegging him onto the back foot. Perfect 3/4 length, that proverbial channel. Sardarji, the bowler. We are yet to get his name. Rajesh lives to fight another day. What a beginning this. Lovely shot off the back foot this time. Right out of the middle of the bat. Neatly played away down towards sweeper cover. Rajesh now beginning to find the full range of his strokes. Getting a measure of this track. Gauging the pace and bounce of the surface nicely before launching into those typically expansive drives of his. Very, very handy batsman to have in your side, Rajesh. Pawandeep Singh, the bowler, getting the toe end of the bat. Shy at the stumps once again. Plenty of drama, lots of action unfolding out in the centre as team Chhattisgarh Cricket Sangh desperate to effect another breakthrough. Another wicket here, wicket or couple, would surely provide them with a foot in the door. At least they will have a faint glimmer of hope of clawing their way back into this game, hauling them back into contention. Pawandeep Singh it is from the River City end. Good delivery, running it down towards third man. Fielder station deep, restricting the batsman to just a single after the completion of, seventh over in progress. Lots of people swarming around our guests of honor along expected lanes. That's a part and parcel of every event featuring illustrious cricketers. Even if they're not so illustrious, they're still swarmed by people, or rather swarmed by people. Lovely shot down the ground, no chance for any fielder to... No, I spoke a touch too soon, jumped the gun. Long on fielder covering plenty of ground down to his right and cutting it off, restricting the batsman to just a couple. That rounds off the 7th of the innings, chasing 137 for victory. Team Odisha are 59 for 1, and they are off to a rousing start. To take you through to the next few overs, it's over to my co-commentator Gaurav.
Thank you so much, Anirban. 59 for 1, 7 overs. What a stat! 8.43 the current run rate. The required run rate says it's 6, so they're going way above what is required. They need a magic to come back. Looks like it's Amin will be on strike. Yes, it is. Or in fact, it's Rajesh who is on strike. Along the carpet. And easily dealt away for a single. The best part about this particular team of Odisha is that it's a mixture of youth and people who are experienced. And that is what you can see from their approach as well. Someone like Swastik coming in and trying to hit the ball out of the park from the very first ball. That's the exuberance of youth. But on the other hand, you have got experience. Another good shot, but for a single. Yes, the exuberance is one part of the game. But the other part of the game is coming from someone like Rajesh Dupar. Pretty experienced, played at the highest level, and of course, trying to be very calm out there and making sure that it's a perfect balance between youth and experience. Look at that single. How easily was that done? I mean, if you need someone like Swastik at one end, you need someone like Rajesh at the other. That's how you build a partnership. That's how make it count. You can't have all guns blazing from ball number 1 from both sides. So that is why it's very important to have someone like Rajesh there. Well, the other thing is that the bat deep, Odisha cricket was badly looking for that particular thing, and they finally got it. Straightforward shot, single. Someone like Amin, and I've seen a lot of this man. I mean, be it club cricket, be it some professional cricket, Amin is someone who gives you that calmness, that as long as he's there, he's going to get his runs. And you can't believe that he scores his runs very, very quickly. It's all about the fact that no single on that occasion. But yes, it's a matter of just taking it along from Amin and Rajesh. I mean, I've seen a lot of him, and he's someone who, as I said, is very consistent. I mean, oh, that's not a great example of it. He has hit it for a 6. Well, calm and calculated, I say. He said, come on, I have different ideas. I can hit through the line. I can get a 6. I can do everything that I want today. 69 for 1, and thanks to that magnificent 6 on the offside. 8.63 the current run rate. They're moving on well here. Rajesh Dupar batting on 21, and that magnificent 6 for a shot for a 6 gave him that extra confidence. He can do it, and he can do it quickly too. 69 for 1 as I called it. They need 68 runs, 72 deliveries remaining. Rajesh batting on 21, Amin batting on 5, and this is once again a great partnership. 21 from 14, and what next is the fact that they need a wicket badly at this stage to come back into the match. Chhattisgarh. It's almost like offering a very different thing to someone who needs a completely different thing, almost like going to US and buying things in euro. It never works. Oh, down the leg side, he helps it well. There. They're chasing after this. I think he'll get along. No, not quite. Get another boundary. This is a gift around the pads. And that improvisation coming in from Amin as well. That is what I was mentioning when I say about Amin. He gives you that calmness, but he scores those runs out of nowhere. He finds his own way of scoring runs. That is why he's such a special talent. He has his own methods to his madness, says my co-commentator Anirvan Kanungo. Steps out. Oh, cotton ball chance. It's taken well. Good comeback from the bowler. And the best part is that it was hard. It was really hit hard. And it's a tough catch. Probably one of the catches that's been taken today. I mean, not a lot of catches, but this one on your own follow through that was hit really powerfully. So you give that to the bowler. So come back well after that wicket.
Not one of the best catches, by far the pick of the catches. I mean, that was top shelf stuff. That ball was smashed back past the bowler, and how quickly he stuck his left hand out, and just, my word, what a great reflex catch that was. Magnificent reflex reaction, and having a second bite at the cherry and latching onto it with effortless ease. Brilliant display of reflexes from the bowler. Much needed second wicket goes down for Team Odisha, chasing 137 for victory. They have just lost another youngster, Amin. Ninth over in progress. It's 73 for 2. Karthik Biswal, another prolific youngster who has scored plenty of runs at the first class level over the last 2 to 3 seasons on strike. New batsman at the crease. Attempting a paddle sweep of the very first delivery he faces. And that ball has just about enough legs on it to take it past the ropes. That ball trickles over the ropes for a boundary. 77 for 2. Another attacking batsman with aggressive instincts. Karthik Biswal plays with an extremely positive intent. Scored a brilliant century, taking his left hand off, keeping the ball on the ground. Slim, slender frame, but my word, does he pack a punch or what? Lovely shot this time off the bat of Rajesh. Rajesh Dhupar, captain, courageous. Captained exceptionally well while keeping wickets. Lovely shot, elegant looking sweep for a single. Yes, talking of Rajesh Dhupar, as we see the end of the 9th over, chasing 137 for victory. Odisha are 80 for the loss of 2 wickets. Their two unbeaten batsmen, Captain Rajesh Dhupar and Karthik Biswal, holding the fort out in the middle. 57 more runs required for victory in the remaining 11 overs. Odisha cruising along the home stretch, coasting along towards the target, as we hear the organizers according a grand welcome to our guests, going through the customary formalities. Shaban Khan, who batted exceedingly well earlier in the day, now in charge of the bowling operations. Karthik Biswal on strike. Plays it away with soft hands down towards mid-wicket. Good delivery. Cramping him for room, tucking him up for space. They have to bowl at least a couple or three good overs on the trot, economical overs. And reverse sweep attempted, wrapped on the pads, loud appeal. But umpire rooted to his spot, absolutely unmoved. Adjudicates that decision in favour of the batsman, gives him the benefit of doubt. Lovely shot off the back foot, using the depth of the crease to telling effect, rocking right back and whipping it away. These two have looked in fantastic touch, especially Karthik Biswal, who is new at the wicket. I've heard a lot about this youngster. Lovely batting, good wristy stroke. Is an epitome of grace. Poetry in motion. Elegance personified once again. Good looking stroke, but the mid-wicket fielder does well to cover quite a bit of ground to his left and cut it off. That ends the 10th over of the innings, chasing 137 for victory. Odisha are cruising along at 81 for the loss of 2 wickets. That was the completion of a tidy 10th over from the bowler. We are awaiting the start of the 11th, and to take you through the next few overs, it's over to my co-commentator Gaurav Panda. It's all yours, Gaurav.
'81 for 2. Last 10 overs remaining, 56 to get from 60 deliveries. Looks like we'll have an early finish. Let's see what happens. First ball. Oh, just when I say this is a beautiful delivery ball by the spinner. And he lost his wicket. He lost his wicket there. Yes, yes, yes. The skipper turning it on with the ball, picking up a wicket. And it's Karthik Biswal who is going to go back to the pavilion. Just close the face of the bat to a bowler who can take the ball away from you, and there's a wicket. Never count your chickens before the eggs are hatched, and that's the kind of message that probably Chhattisgarh team is trying to put it on me, to be honest, because just when I say that it's going to be an early finish, they picked up a wicket, and a wicket can do a lot of things. It can make you come back to the match, all right, but more than that, a new batsman will come in. I know the bad day Odisha team nowadays, you see stars still probably number 9, number 10. 56 needed from 59 deliveries, 7.97 current run rate. The required run rate is at 5.69, And this lovely looking stadium is up for a finish, is up for something special, and more than anything else, Rakesh Patnaik coming in, plenty of experience, will face his first ball. Rajesh is batting well at the other end. Now it's time for someone like Rakesh to be very exceptional. It's got an interesting field for him. He's back the onside, but he has only one fielder outside the circle on the offside. So what next then? Oh, beat him in the flight, beat him in the flight. Extraordinary talent this. The captain, I was making a point in the first innings that this man is going to be a very, very important bowler of his side. Comes in, has already picked up 2 wickets. That is absolutely brilliant for someone like the captain, Ajay. Oh, there you know, another one. No, not quite. Not quite. For a moment, I thought there's wicket number 3 coming in. Wicket number 3 for Ajay Mandal, but that was not to be. But he's creating chances and he's making a match out of nothing. That is captaincy for you. That is exactly what a leader does. He just leads from the front, leads by example. Bowls well, picks up wickets and inspires others. That's how it happens. 54 needed, 57 deliveries. And 7 wickets in hand. 7.9 the current run rate. The required run rate is 5.68. Toss stop delivery. Oh, just shot from the field. It's all happening here in the stadium, and especially in this over. All happening here. MGM School of Sports and Center of Excellence of Cricket. That's the stadium we've got. You will listen everything about this name in coming times. A lot of matches coming on. Definitely is going to be a special venue. Picturesque stadium. And more than anything else, the cricket, the wicket that we got today, and the outfield and everything about it was superb. Odisha versus Chhattisgarh, the invitational inaugural match happening in this very ground, where Odisha team trying to make a mark with the bat. They've lost 2 wickets quickly. Straight batted shot. Gives you that assurity as a batsman. Rajesh Tupar. I mean, every time he talks about Rajesh, and with the kind of shots he plays, we'll talk about that end of this over. Now the over comes to an end. That is over number 11 comes to an end. 85 runs on the board, 3 wickets are already down. Of Odisha, 52 needed, 54 deliveries remaining, 7.73 the current run rate. The required run rate is 5.78. Oh, he swept it. He swept it well there. Fumble from the fielder. One is on. They want a second out of it. Gets a second, the batsman. Well, coming back to this match, of course, this is, I mean, a celebration match, an invitational, inaugural match, whatever you call it. The cricket has been great too. Good contest between bat and ball. The ball dominating a bit in the first half. Second half, bat coming in. And now the even contest between bat and ball. Rajesh still there. Hits it straight, it's aerial, one bounce to the field, another run. The thing about Rajesh is that you toss the ball up, you make him drive, that's where you get his wicket. Might go for runs, but that's where you can get your wicket. But every time you try to be something else, like you trying to bowl it quick through the air, he's ready for it. Like that. Very easy for someone like Rajesh. You bowl it on that particular length and that line, he will easily flick away for a boundary or maybe a single or a double. That will make life very difficult for you as a bowling unit. So you should be looking for wickets and how to get those wickets. I think it's about tossing the ball off. You might go for runs, but it might be successful sometimes. That's not how you can get wickets. That's how you can get rid of runs, all right. Another flat delivery and easily negotiated. We have two of our guests who really, like, I'm talking about Mr. Suresh Raina and Mr. Pragyan, who has been good spinners of their time. Suresh, of course, picking up wickets when it mattered for India, and Pragyan was a champion bowler, all right. And we're talking about spin. Both these bowlers, I mean, we're talking about how can bowl quick through the air, and Suresh Raina probably was a great example of that. He used to do that so well in his time, and Pragyan on the other hand used to just turn the ball and get those wickets. We'll talk about that. 92 for 3, 12 overs done. And then it's 45 runs in 48 deliveries. They have 7 wickets in hand.
Thank you, Gaurav. Rakesh Patnaik and Rajesh Thupar out in the middle. 45 more runs required of the remaining 48 deliveries at less than 6 runs an over. Looks easy at this moment in time, but you never know. A wicket or couple, quick wicket or couple, and the bowling side will well and truly fancy the chances. They will get a foot right back in the door and try to break it open, as we see another single being collected, effortlessly pushed away down to its long off. 92 for 3. Rakesh Patnaik on strike. Lovely shot, and it goes high and handsome over the long on fieldsman's head for a mighty sixer. This is what the crowd is here to watch, and he has not let them down one teeny weeny bit. What a stroke that was. Getting into position in a flash and picking up the length ever so quickly and donking it away for a 6. Rakesh Patnaik is another bright young talent. Another new kid on the block as he collects a quick single. Putting pressure on the fieldsman, taking the score on to 99 for the loss of 3. Now the writing is very much on the wall for Team Chhattisgarh, unless and until they perform a miracle of sorts. Beautiful batting this. This single also raises the 100 for Team Odisha. Their 100 runs coming in the 12th over, sorry, I think it's the 13th over of the innings. Apologies, correction. 13th over of the innings produces the 100th run. Brings Rakesh back on strike, who plays it down its soft hands and comfortably takes another single. As Mr. Suresh Raina is delivering his speech, we can hear it in the background, and 99% of the eyes here are focused on Mr. Suresh Raina. We poor people are left to do the commentary. Now that was on a lighter note, as we see the 13th over being completed here. It's 104 for 3, chasing 137 for victory, Team Odisha.
Well, you made a very valid point there. I think that one person is us. We and of course our production team, that's it. The rest of the people are all busy in listening to Mr. Suresh Raina, and rightly so, because plenty of experience, and when Suresh Raina talks about sports, world listens. Such a kind of a personality indeed. Yes, so the stage of the match is very clear now, with 7 wickets in hand, with 5 runs required per over, and more than anything else, Rakesh is batting on 15 and Rajesh, the captain, batting on 28. Cricket and batting in particular has been taken to a different level in the second innings. It's it through the offside. Finds the fielder. Only a single. Only a single on that particular delivery. Oh, it's a beautiful stadium. To look at the facilities, it's a newly built stadium, but still with a lot of facilities. But oh, look at that! It's not gonna come back. It's a big one. We've seen that a lot from this man already, but this one was special because he was so much assured about the shot, and more than anything else, it was a kind of shot where he gave it all. Just threw his bat with a lot of confidence. Knowing that they're inching closer to the victory, might see a few shots like that, might see them going for the big ones. 34 was needed, now 28 with that 6. And he's gone again! He's gone again! It's a big one too!
Do it twice, makes it really nice, Gaurav. Back-to-back sixes for the first time in this innings. We have seen back-to-back boundaries, 4 boundaries on the trot, but this is the first occasion when we have seen back-to-back maximums. The blazing blade of Captain Rajesh Dhupar doing all the talking here. Magnificent batting this. Double whammy takes the total on to 115. 22 more runs required. They are cruising along the home stretch, romping home at a canter as he flays that away, casts that away over covers for a single. 116 for the loss of 3. 14th over in progress. Puts pressure on the fieldsman and induces that fumble. Ends up converting that single into a 3. This is what pressure does. Once you are aggressive and you're running between the wickets, more often than not you convert these 1s into 2s and 2s into 3s. Rajesh has played a capital knock here, 41 unbeaten, and as that ball completes the 14th of the innings, chasing 137 for victory, Team Odisha. 119 for 3. 18 more runs needed of the remaining 6 overs at exactly 3 runs per over. Rajesh unbeaten on Rajesh Dhupar, the captain, that is, unbeaten on 41, and keeping him good company at the other end is young Rakesh Patnaik, who is not out on 19. Both these batsmen have looked very, very aggressive in their intent, extremely focused.
Political decision is taken, that is the ultimate. So nothing abides other than political decision. Politically, so many people have been there. Once
another lusty blow, and he has. We're awaiting the umpire signal. Just a single. Just a single. Oh my goodness, our view getting obstructed here. My apologies once again. So much crowd in front of us. Our view getting obstructed. My apologies. That catch was cleanly taken at the long off edge of the long off fence, and Rakesh Patnaik, after playing a lovely little cameo, has to take the long walk back to the pavilion. It's 119 for 4. Our view getting badly obstructed thanks to this unruly crowd swarming the area around the ropes, prompting these periodic errors from us. My apologies for that. So that was a wicket, but has it come too little, too late? Is it a classic case of too little, too late? As the new batsman walks out to join Rajesh Dhupar out in the centre, coming at that crucial number 6 position with his side requiring just 18 runs for victory in this inaugural exhibition match. We have already had the illustrious cricketing duo of Raina and Pragyan Oja in our midst, gracing this beautiful occasion and dignifying this special event with their august presence.
You have to have state-of-the-art dormitories for the upcoming
It would be in the fitness of things if Rajesh Dhupar can go on to score well-deserved 50 here.
to be here.
Ashirvad, the batsman, loud appeal, and the finger goes up. He strikes off his very first ball. My word. Out for a duck without troubling the scorers. He comes and he goes. And now half the side are back in the heart. Can the bowling side, Chhattisgarh Cricket Sangh, sniff an opportunity here? Can they make the most of this double strike and claw their way back into this game and make a match of this? In 2020 cricket, in 20 overs a side cricket, we have seen on multiple occasions how teams have snatched victory from the jaws of defeat and vice versa. Is there going to be an encore of one of those dramatic finishes? And does this match have it in it what it takes to go all the way down to the wire and end up in a close finish? You never know. Still 18 more runs to go. Nothing can be taken for granted. On a hat-trick now, the bowler. Ajay Mandal, the captain, the skipper, taking 2 wickets of successive deliveries and bringing his side right back into this game as Surya Kumar Pradhan is the new batsman at the crease. Has a reputation of hitting the ball a long way, using the long handle to telling effect, and taking any bowling attack apart. Can he strike a few lusty blows and finish things off in a hurry? On a hat-trick, the bowler. Off once again, leading a charmed life, throwing his bat at that one. That missed the leg stump by a whisker. That could well have been a hat-trick had Pradhan missed that ball. It's 123 for 5. Just 15 more runs. Rather 14 more runs required now. Surya Pradhan on strike. Bowled exceptionally well in picking up 3 wickets. Made the most of the new ball, got it to talk. Broke the back of Chhattisgarh's innings. Sliced off the cream of the top order. Now he has a job to do with the bat. Is unbeaten on 4. Bat and pad close together. Playing it with a dead bat and another dot ball. In no hurry whatsoever. Team Odisha in pursuit of a relatively easy, modest 137 for victory. It's a walk in the park for them, a picnic so to speak. Surya, that was drifting down the leg side. Wide signalled. 124 for the loss of 5. It's Ajay Mandal bowling to Surya Pradhan. Slog sweep. And out of the ground it goes. Go and pick the bones of out of that one. Fetch it. Stands and admires his own shot. Holds his pose. Keeps his shape. That was another neat strike. Brimming with confidence, Suryakant Pradhan. 10 of just 4 balls. And after the completion of the 15th over, it's 120, 130 for 5, as only 7 more runs are needed for Team Odisha to clinch a convincing victory here. Notch up an emphatic victory. They have outclassed their opponents in every department of the game, and this has been a masterclass from Team Odisha. Superb performance earlier with the ball and in the outfield, and now with the bat. Unfortunately, Rajesh Dhupar might just remain stranded without getting to that significant milestone of 50. But you never know, if he can score a 4 and a 6, he might just end up achieving that feat. On strike now. Yes, hurrying the batsman up with that quicker delivery, hustling him into that stroke. Does well to get right behind the line of that ball and play it with soft hands. Rajesh Dhupar has been keeping wickets for the senior Odisha side, the Ranji Trophy side, for the last 5 to 6 seasons, with more than a fair measure of success. Last season was away in England playing the Lancashire League, if I'm not incorrect. Very, very handy cricketer to have in your side, Rajesh Dhupar. Bouncer. Chin music for the batsman, whizzing past his nose. 1 for the over signals the umpire, Preeti Ranjan. Subrat at the Subrat Sahu at the other end. One 131 for 5 it is. Elegantly played away off his pads. Square leg fieldsman doing, oh, another unattempted. And umpire Subrat taking the DRS option. Let us have a look. That seemed to be a touch and go affair. Fielding side mighty confident that they have had their man. But nothing is over till it's over. Nothing is over till the fat lady sings, as they say. Everyone waiting with bated breath anxiously for that decision to come about. I don't know what struck his head. As some dignitaries are leaving the ground to cheers of their supporters. So Suryakant Pradhan going for that needless second run, turning away and out of the blue, inexplicably going for that second run, only to see the wicketkeeper whip off the bails in a flash and sending him back to the hut. And against the run of play, Odisha have lost a crucial wicket in the form of Surya Pradhan. It's a 130 for 6 now. Still 7 more runs to get. Overs are not a problem, but another wicket here and we'll have a game on. Well and truly a game on. That will surely make the bowling side fancy the chances, put a spring in the stride, a bounce in the step, and they will sniff a realistic opportunity of bringing themselves right back into this game. Another wicket here. 130 for 6 it is, as Vasudev the bowler turning out to be the lucky mascot. Good luck charm for his side. His bowling producing a wicket, although it was not his effort but the effort of the fieldsman, who was alert to the opportunity of getting that run out in his favour and obliged. Did the needful quite brilliantly, and great effort from the wicketkeeper as well in whipping off the bails in a flash and collecting that one cleanly. Vasudev it is from the mountain end, running it away towards the third man region and collecting a single. Getting off the mark, opening his account to that one run. Bridging the gap by that solitary run. It's 131 for the loss of 6. Another strike away from victory. One scoring shot will do the job. Rajesh unbeaten on 42. Saurav is the new batsman who has just opened his account to that single. 42 unbeaten Rajesh. But this has been a match-winning knock. A potentially match-winning knock. Brilliant batting this. Lovely shot. Sweetly timed. Shy of the stumps. Misses it by a whisker. Proverbial coat of varnish. My word. That could have been a close shave for the batsman. One more ball remaining in the 16th over. Of the 16th over. 133 for 6 the score. 4 runs required of the remaining 25 balls. It does not get any easier than this. One scoring shot away from crossing the finish line. Our team Odisha. Clinical performance this. They're going about their job with clinical efficiency, surgical precision, absolute ruthlessness. As we see the completion of the 16th over, chasing 137 for victory. Team Odisha are cruising along the home stretch at 133 for 6. Good to see lots of enthusiastic young supporters turning up to watch this game. And both these teams have dished out cricket of the very highest order and giving all of us plenty to rejoice, lots to cheer about under the blazing hot sun as Pavandeep Singh comes back into the attack, as I am joined by one of the elder statesmen of Odisha cricket, Bapi Bhai. Rajesh Dhupar, the captain, on strike. 4 runs needed for victory in this inaugural exhibition encounter between Odisha and Chhattisgarh. Lovely shot off the back foot, sweetly timed, but straight to the fieldsman. Bridging the gap by another run. 3 more runs required now, as our guests are watching the proceedings intently from their respective places. Saurav on strike now. Good delivery. But no problems whatsoever. Easily done. 2 more runs to go. It'll only be fitting if the winning runs come off the bat of Captain Rajesh Dhupar. He has held one end up quite admirably. He has been there right since the beginning. Came out to open the innings and will see his team through. That's a monumental achievement by any reckoning. Quite brilliant from Rajesh Dhupar. 44 unbeaten on strike. Odisha needing 2 more runs to secure victory. A very, very well deserved victory at that. Smashes it away. Despairing dive. Now the scores. Now that's a second run attempted. Second run completed. And Odisha are home. Resounding performance this from Team Odisha. Losing the toss, being put into being asked to bat after losing the toss, where Chhattisgarh elected to bat first. Team Odisha have outclassed their opponents in every department of the game, notching up a convincing victory by a margin of 4 wickets with almost 4 overs to spare in this inaugural exhibition match at the picturesque MGM Sport Stadium Sports. And once again, I'd like to thank the organizers for putting together a splendid show, pulling out all the stops, leaving no stone unturned in seeing to it that this match goes off without a hitch. And it has really been a spectacular success. As we have just been informed by the adjudicators that Suryakant Pradhan has ended up winning the Man of the Match Award trophy for his all-round performance. Picked up 3 wickets, scored a breezy 11, which earned him a well-deserved Man of the Match Award. Congratulations Suryakant, congratulations Team Odisha, commiserations Team Chhattisgarh, but you have shown plenty of fight, plenty of spirit in giving all of us lots of fond memories. It has been a lovely experience commentating in this match alongside my scorer, the man in charge of Crick Heroes app. He is none other than the ever so vibrant Prabal, and my co-commentator Gaurav Panda. And I leave you with the news that it's Team Odisha who have emerged victorious in this exhibition encounter. Thank you. God bless all.
ଆଗ ଏ ସମସ୍ୟା ଆଗ ଦୂର କର
କ'ଣ କରିବେ ସମସ୍ତଙ୍କ ହାତରେ
କୋଉଠି ଦେଖାଇଥିଲେ
छुरी आएगा बोल देना
First of all, I will request our online panel of guests to join us for the first match presentation. I request all our guests to join us for the first match presentation.
ନା ନା ଏ ସେ କ୍ୟାମେରା ଦେଖ ଭାଇ ନା ଅଛି ବା
नहीं ना एकदम साइड उठे ना कैमरा
ନହେଲେ ବି ବାବା
क्या भाई बाबा बाबा भाई तरह बुझिले
ଯିବା ପାଇଁ ଆମର ଅଛି
कौन कोई वे केमती भाई थोड़ा नहीं स्टाडियम
ଆଉ ଖାଇନି ଆମେ ଚାରିଟା କିଛି ଅଛି
ଲାଇଭ୍
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm John Sharma. Welcome to the first match presentation of this special event happening today. It was not just a match, it was a celebration, but a lot more on that later. First of all, it's time to welcome our guest, starting with Mr. Suresh Rana, the former international player. Of course, there's so many about on Mr. Rana, I will continue to go on forever. With the first event and first
हमें देखते थोड़ा सा थोड़े को
भाई 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 ओ कैमरा मैन
किनको
ये सब देखते हैं मिली साइड रेस
आना है किसका किसका हाथ है
घुस गया सारे घुस गए
कैमरा लगा छाड़िए कैमरा लगा छाड़िए कौन
थोड़ा सा पीछे ये
ठीक है
लाइव का कैमरा ब्लॉक हो रहा है ठीक है अभी ये वाला
ये कौन सा टीवी में शूट हो रहा है कौन सा टीवी
उसी के लिए हो रहा है
वो आता है
And with the running of the so we have a remaining panel of guests out there to join us for the first match presentation.
हाय परिवन
इधर आ जा
नहीं नहीं ठीक है
अब इधर आ जा
नहीं भाई आगे उठ जाओ
आपको बोल रहा हूँ मैं, इधर आ जाओ आप।
अब एक काम
और आगे नहीं ले जा सकता, वायर है ना।
भाई पागल है क्या? आमचा सी है
Wonderful stadium, and this is the inaugural match between Odisha and Chhattisgarh, of course. Odisha went on to win the match. So congratulations to Team Odisha there. But also, it's time to say congratulations to Chhattisgarh as well. Obviously, they were following calling here as well. So the invitation and the winner will be come for an invitation match like this. That's up to Chhattisgarh team as well. Yes. So, first of all, as it's a thing also this part of the world that it's time to stand each and everyone shows respect for our state anthem. Bande Utkaram.
भाई तो साइड कर बोला तो नहीं सुन रहे देखते उनको साइड करो भाई उनको वीडियो कॉल एक्सेप्ट कर है ना
देखा जो आपन देगा मुझे देखा जो हाँ वाईफाई अच्छा इनको साइड करो ये हेलो डीजी का देख ले सूरज रहना ध्यान हो जाए हेलो
प्रिपेयरिंग वीडियो इमेज लिखा था बे तो मैं का जाने कनेक्ट ना ले लेता येलो वालों को साइड करवाइए ब्लू वाले को हल्का सा हाँ दिखाई देता है रुक सामने लेके जाते रुक सामने लेके
छत्तीसगढ़ की So we will be presenting you all the players of Chhattisgarh. The receiving invitation and coming to play this special match, this inaugural match where this wonderful round ball is full of center of excellence for cricket. They are part as well. Great boxers for our time, great boxer people who can take cricket to the next level with Chhattisgarh team. So in the future it is good hands.
अरे ରେକର୍ଡ କରୁଛି ଆଗରେ ଠିଆ ହେଇଛି
Chhattisgarh